history of this work, what we've been doing, just to make sure the public is well informed of the process and sort of the thoughts behind working on these executive expectations. We are hoping that after all the work that we have done, that any changes today will be very minor, and this will change our governance manual. So the items that were posted on Friday afternoon for the meeting this Thursday is actually a change to the governance manual. So we were taking out those operational expectations that we were working on and inserting these executive expectations. So the rest of the work in the governance manual is simply like changing the word operational to executive, et cetera. So that is what was posted last Friday and what we'll be taking a look at and going over here today. Yes, Ms. Keys-Gamarra.
So in reviewing the documents today, they are not focused on the expectations that we covered in the retreat. They're more toward board governance documents for the future. So I didn't see anything further explaining the expectations, and you said this is on the agenda. So are these documents that we have received today on the agenda for Thursday, or
No.
I'm confused.
No. So the items that were posted for the work session today, we will be discussing in the afternoon. Okay, those are the board and superintendent relationship documents. The items we will be going over this morning were posted Friday afternoon for the business meeting this Thursday, so that they are publicly available and the public could take a look at them as we were taking a look at them. So what we're doing is following up on the session that we had last month to just finalize these expectations. That's what we're doing this morning. So let's make sure, I think everyone has your new binder. There should be a copy in the binder of, do we have in there the governance manual changes?
We do not have the red line governance manual changes in there. They are on the board docs for this Thursday, Ms. Tolan.
Okay, so let's make sure that everyone has a copy of those. How many board members do not have a copy of the red lined executive expectations? No, the ones that were posted on Friday.
Madam Chair, I think that they're aren't they under tab 5, where the blue is the new added additional language?
That's, Ms. Cohen, that's a previous version. So
Okay.
it's the red line version of the governance manual because it's the changes to the operational expectations, and then any language that refers to the operational expectations had to be updated.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so we had minor updates after the last meeting. So those have been incorporated. They were sent out to the board in the Monday letter last week, and then they were posted for the public on Friday afternoon. So if we can please make sure that all board members have a copy of that. Who does not have a copy of that? We'll just get everyone a copy of the document that was posted on Friday. Yeah. Okay, so if we can. Okay, thank you. Let's do that. Let's take a 5-minute break so we can get those copies in front of everyone. The idea is to go through those minor changes this morning to make sure that everyone is prepared for later this week. Okay, so let's take 5 minutes. Thank you. As I mentioned at the very beginning of this meeting, we're short our Christina Setlow, our amazing clerk, is out with some medical issues and was out yesterday as well. So we're doing the best that we can. We'll get those copies brought down. But we do have a presentation that has been put together with some of the history of this topic, primarily for the public to understand the whole process that we've been going through. So, and some looks at what we're going to do with this down the road. So why don't we get started with that? The copies will be here shortly.
Thank you, Chair Tolan. If we could go to the next slide. So we'll just start off with kind of talking about the outcomes for today's work session, give you a little orientation to the binder materials you'll need for the first part of our work together before the lunch break. And then we can dive into our work focusing on closing out sort of this EE portion of policy governance. So I think we're still in morning. Good morning, everyone. So today's outcomes, we're going to first talk about the history, as Ms. Tolan was saying, of policy governance and FCPS and the work that the board has done to date on this topic thus far this year. We're going to go through a process of looking at the executive expectations monitoring report process. So the board and the public have an understanding of how these reports will get reviewed and what to expect when the first one that's scheduled to come to the board on September 28th, what that looks like. We'll have an opportunity then to address any final EE concerns that the board may have prior to Thursday's board meeting. So those copies that were posted on for Thursday's board meeting are coming down so we can take a final look at that. So that'll be the focus for the morning before the lunch break. And then after the lunch break, we're going to shift gears and talk about our next quadrant of policy governance, which is looking at the board superintendent role. We're going to look at where some of that language already exists in the existing board governance manual, as well as some of our policies. And then we're going to engage in an activity to start to develop out some of those policies. So in your binders, just to kind of give you an orientation to where you're going to find some of the materials for the first part of our work session, under section 1, there's the current calendar for policy governance reporting. So that information is in there. Your presentation materials are sitting under section 2 of your binder. In section 3, you've got some sample materials that we're going to have you pull out as we talk through the EE reporting process. And then in section 6, again, we'll come back and have you pull out some materials. There's a form that the board's going to use as you're hearing the reports that Dr. Reed will make when she brings forward these executive expectations, what you'll be filling out as you're listening to those reports and preparing to vote on the executive expectations. So just to give you a sense of what's in your materials for today for the first part of our time. We can go to the next slide. So we did a deep dive into the Board Docs archives, and FCPS has a long history of engaging in policy governance work and a tradition really of excellence around this work. Starting in 2000, as we look back, the board was having conversations about looking at the Carver work and looking at this as a framework for really organizing and overseeing the work of staff in the division and the superintendent. In 2005, the school board brought in the school board at the time brought in the Aspen group to work to set up a policy governance structure in FCPS. And then during sort of the window of 2006 to 2007, the board engaged in some work to develop and implement those operational expectations. And that's the work the board has been doing right now to update those operational expectations to our executive expectations that we'll be voting on Thursday. In 2007, the operational expectations monitoring reports began. So that's when that information first started coming to the board. In 2015, FCPS adopted the strategic plan Ignite, and I know many of you were on the board at the time when that happened. And then in 2023, the board has voted to pass our new updated strategic plan. So this engagement is really a re-engagement around policy governance for the board, and really deepening, again, sort of that how we're going to monitor the strategic plan, how we're going to evaluate the impact of the strategic plan on our work, and how the board is going to hold the system accountable for that work, so that with transparency, we can ensure that we're being efficient and effective in our work. So we're going to go to the next slide. And for the public's awareness, the board's been engaged in a number of sessions on policy governance, this topic, since last spring. So in June 21st, there was an initial conversation about looking at policy governance and re-engaging in this topic. The board engaged in work over the summer to develop and refine those executive expectations, which is a quadrant of the policy governance work. We have today's work session as well as one scheduled for October 10th to continue this work on policy governance. So there's been a significant amount of investment and time in the board to get this set up to, again, oversee our new strategic plan. Next slide.
Good morning to you all, and we're going to continue with this slideshow to think about what Marcy was just talking about, where we've come in the last few months, but also along the lines of informing the public of some of these key ideas around this policy governance approach. The slide that you see on the screen right now is a graphic representation of some of the key components of the policy governance structure. And if we can go to the next slide, we'll take a look at what each of them mean. The policy governance has 4 key parts: our goals, our expectations, the board superintendent role, and that governance process. So through our strategic planning process last year, the board and the community have identified the goals for our division. What we've been working on recently over these last several retreats and work sessions is this idea of the executive expectations. So you as a board, your expectations of how Dr. Reed will lead the division in going about achieving these goals. What we're going to look at in the afternoon today is starting to think about this board superintendent roles and how that relationship works, how you work with the superintendent, how you delegate authority as a board, how you evaluate the superintendent, and how you monitor the work of the superintendent in the division. And then finally, there's the last component, this idea of the governance, how you as a board work together to support those previous 3 areas. If we can go to the next slide. As was referenced earlier, one of the key outcomes for this morning is to talk through the executive expectations that we've been working on, and to do that in 2 parts. The second part is going to be looking at if there's any final questions or things that we want to look at before the board meeting on Thursday. But we're going to start by talking about what it would look like when an executive expectation report comes to you as the board. And so I'm going to refer you to 2 areas in the binder that might be helpful for this conversation. One of them is in section 6, and there's a few examples of what actual monitoring reports look like. We have 2 examples from that Dr. Reed has used in the past, and they're at the back of section 6. So this will help when we get to the part about talking about how she'll bring a report to you as the board and the public on a Thursday evening regular board meeting. You'll have an example of what that would look like. The other, that was in the back of section 3. That's my mistake. In section 6, the second document you'll see in section 6 is the monitoring response form that you as board members would use to listen to Dr. Reed's report on one of these executive expectations and provide notes and feedback and determine whether she's in compliance with that expectation or not. So both of those are just artifacts that might help some of this conversation. What I'm going to do now is talk through what this process might look like on a Thursday evening regular board meeting with an executive expectation monitoring report. At least 10 days in advance of the meeting, the board members and the public will receive a copy of Dr. Reed's report. During the performance review agenda item on a Thursday night evening, Dr. Reed will present the report connected to the specific executive expectation for that evening. There are 13 of them under consideration by the board, and they're laid out throughout the school year. The first one that is scheduled is for September 28th, and that's on executive expectation number 2, the emergency superintendent succession one. So in a few weeks, we'll have an opportunity to work through this process. Dr. Reed will provide that report. She'll provide her interpretation of that expectation. She'll talk about whether she thinks she's in compliance or not. And then there'll be several pieces of evidence to show whether that compliance is there and the effort she's been making to meet that executive expectation. Board members will have the opportunity to ask Dr. Reed clarifying questions around the report that she's presented. And then you'll have the opportunity, and again, the form that I was referencing from section 6, to fill out a feedback form. Throughout the course of the year, there will be 13 of these forms that will be put together that you will use as part of that monitoring process for the superintendent. Those forms will be retained by the board office and a member of the superintendent's team. Following that opportunity to complete that feedback on Dr. Reed's presentation, the board will take a vote of whether to approve or not approve that monitoring report. If the report is not approved, Dr. Reed, by the next meeting, will submit a corrective action plan related to those expectations. The final step on that meeting would be on a different part of the agenda, the policy review agenda item. The board would have an opportunity to look at the expectation and say, is this meeting the needs of our board? Are there any revisions that we want to make at this time? As a board, you're able to revise the executive expectations at any point during the process, but there'll be this explicit opportunity every time Dr. Reed presents a monitoring report. So that's an overview of this process of what that will look like and how you'll interact with it as a board. We'd like to see if there's any questions or clarifying statements we can make or any additional information we can provide about what this process will be like for the board and for the public.
So do you just want questions on this process at this point in time? Because I know Ms. Keys-Gamarra and Ms. Karen Corbett have your, I know, okay. Ms. Karen Keys-Gamarra then?
Can speak when he finishes because they're going to
Okay.
be general comments.
Yeah, I think we just wanted to see if there's any
If
questions
you
on
have
this process.
Questions on this
Yeah.
process?
I'm so confused.
I appreciate you laying out the process and what we can expect. I'm a little perplexed as to why we would have a executive limitation report on something called the emergency superintendent succession, since that is something that we adopt in July as part of our regular business meeting and is required by state statute. And so it seems to me that taking up a business meeting on something like that is not necessarily the most effective use of our time, and we have limited time with us. I also have some questions as to what's been presented so far, because in light of our conversations of a couple weeks ago, in how we are going to be approaching this work. And at that meeting, we were very clear. It came back saying that we are not wholesale adopting the Carver book, but throughout this presentation, we have a registered trademark associated with the operational governance model, and presuming that that is the model we're adopting. So I would like to better understand that. And additionally, I would like to provide some background on what prior boards did and did not do regarding this. You are correct that the Aspen Group was hired to work with the prior board, and that prior board chose not to fully adopt the operational governance structure, but similar to what this board did 2 weeks ago, decided to adopt parts of it and to tailor it to the work of this board. And so once again, I just think that we need to be very, very intentful in how in the words we use and the approach that we are suggesting that we are wholesale endorsing, because this board very clearly did not wholesale adopt the Carver model. And if we were to adopt the Carver model, then that would require significant changes from where we are today. And the board in 2015 once again addressed the issues associated with the Carver model and chose not to adopt it then, but to continue with the operational expectations. And this board 2 weeks ago was very intentful in making sure that we talked about executive expectations.
Would you like to address that?
No, thank you, Ms. Corbett Sanders. And certainly the framework of the Carver model is one model, and there are a multitude of models, and we see different boards adopting pieces of it. And so I appreciate you sharing those comments.
Well, so are we going to change our presentation, which seems to only address one model with the registered trademark of the Carver model throughout?
I mean, I think that's a direction from the board that we would look to take.
So we just talked about that briefly here with that, the policy governance trademark. I mean, I think we are in agreement, Ms. Corbett Sanders, based on our conversation at our last retreat, that we are using Carter as a reference as we're doing this work and not fully adopting.
What was presented to us and not have that wholesale adoption, which is what's been presented in this, with all the registered trademarks?
So we can look into that. We'll have to make sure that our wording is such that we don't want to run into any trademark issues, but we'll make sure, because I completely understand what your comments are. Okay. Dr. Anderson.
Okay, I'm confused, and I feel, again, I know I said this before, but I continue to feel as if I've missed the boat on certain things. But I'm going to at least try to get some parts of this in the way that I need. I understood this first part of the conversation was for us to kind of fine-tune the executive expectations. That's the conversation I'm prepared to have right now, because these questions jump into the afternoon session. So can we pivot into what is targeted for this section, because that's where I'm going. Madam Chair, I guess I'm looking at you to give that
So
direction.
we were hoping at this point to get any questions about the process that we will be following on September 28th.
I don't know, because I'll be honest, Elaine, I'm very confused, because the questions that are being asked for us to respond to are not the executive limitations, which was the first part of this discussion. So I would like to go to that, because I have some comments on the documents. And if you, well, you may not recall, because I sent it this morning, and I'm sure you were very busy getting ready for this meeting, but I actually sent a request for us to postpone the vote for Thursday, because this is the first time that people are seeing what we're doing here, and we won't have enough time for, I believe, for our public that we are representing to give us feedback on this, because the work was done in a retreat in a manner that was not accessible, and these documents were not posted last meeting on the 31st. There was nothing posted for our community to respond to and to give us feedback over these last 2 weeks. So now we'll have 2 days for people to absorb this and give it to us and vote on Thursday. So my one ask is for us to postpone that vote to the following week so we have real time to absorb. My second request is, are we going to be talking about the executive limitations now? Because I have feedback on that I'd like to engage with. And of course, I have feedback on the other components, but I thought that was for the afternoon.
All right, I think the way we had set up the presentation was to give you an overview for the day and an overview of the process so that the public would understand how this all fits together. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we would finish our morning with a look at the final edits to the executive expectations.
And
So,
may I just respond to that very quickly? I think my confusion is the process that is being explained is not the process that the board has requested as per the conversations for a couple of weeks ago. I don't want to belabor the point because my time is up, but Ms. Corbett Sanders said that very quickly. I feel like cart is before the horse here. And so I'll stop here. I know my time is up.
thank you. Ms. Seismer-Heiser?
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation from my colleagues, and I understand there's, as a lawyer, there's sometimes trademark issues. I don't know, I didn't read it as adopting the whole scale framework. I just read it as making sure that we covered that it is a framework based on, the book, and so we're just looking at it from that perspective. But I guess I'm really confused myself as to, I'm struggling to understand why this feels so rushed. I mean, we started talking about this, the previous board adopted this policy governance structure, as the presentation said, in 2007. And it's been in our governance manual ever since. And for a while, I guess there were reporting, since I've been on the board, there hasn't been the reporting, but we agreed to the structure many, many years ago. Then last year, when we, after Dr. Reed just started in July, August, and September, we had retreats that talked about our strategic plan and the policy governance structure, and we decided to engage the community on the strategic plan and then refresh the policy governance structure to go along with that. And we had several conversations then about it. We did, I thought, really great work on the strategic plan. Thank you very much. We voted on it in June, and then we had a retreat almost immediately afterwards on policy governance, at which point we looked at the structure that was already in our governance manual that the board had committed to and decided what we wanted to do was just kind of edit the structure we had over the recess. And I know Ms. Tolan and Dr. Reed was taking responsibility for doing that alongside 2x2s with board members who could sign up for that over the recess. So we talked about it pretty extensively, and I think the board as a body committed to just refreshing what we had here, whether there's limitations or expectations were part of the conversations, but really just revising it to be in alignment with the strategic plan. We did edits of those over the break. I think you worked on some of those, Ms. Corbett-Sanders. We came back in August, and we've had a couple retreats where we've really fine-tuned the language. We've changed it to executive expectations instead of limitations, et cetera. So I guess I'm not sure, at this point, we've gone through several rounds of editing this document starting in July. So to me, and the retreats are all open to the public. The documents were posted online for the retreats, for people to access online to see them, all the iterations. So I guess I'm confused as to why we're not ready. It seems like we've been working on this for several months now, and we want to kind of get it locked down so we can start the reporting, which will be so in the public, to have all the reporting on the executive expectations so the public can really see where we are all along. So that's where my confusion lies. I think we've done a lot of work on this, and we're just kind of down to a few nitty-gritty looking at to finalize it.
Ms. Keys-Gamarra.
I'm sorry, I was trying to limit my comments based on what was said, but we've drifted into the area that I'm very concerned about. I'm going to have to agree with Dr. Anderson. On the one hand, we've done some tweaks on the executive expectations. I agree, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser. But what was presented to us today is beyond that, right? And so I'm still confused. I was hoping for some clarity because when was there going to be discussion about these executive expectations? I appreciated the discussion in the retreat. I'm going to disagree a little bit because I don't think those retreats are as open to the public as a work session. And so I was grateful to see this being brought here. But the discussion as being led by our facilitators appears to be about the next step, not about the executive expectations. So I think that's where, at least for me, the confusion is. And there has been no real, I mean, I don't know that people have objections based on the previous, and maybe that's the question that needs to be asked, if people still need to, if they have comments they want to make. I say that with the caveat that I don't think the retreat was provided the level of transparency to the community that I'm comfortable with, because we typically would be having those kinds of conversations in a work session like this. So with that regard, it would have been helpful, I think, to review for the public what we reached. And then that would have led to a fuller conversation where people felt that it wholesale allowed that conversation. So I think that may be the missing element here. I just offer that for consideration. I agree with Ms. Sizemore-Heiser. There has been extensive conversation with respect to, at least I think I'm agreeing with you, executive expectations. I think there has been extensive conversation there, but what's in these documents is different, and what he just asked us is different.
So what we were hoping to do this morning and I will take responsibility for this, was give you an overview of what has been done to date, a historical perspective, and sort of the big picture of policy governance, what we would hope to continue to do over the next months, and then take a look at the expectations. That's what we were thinking about doing this morning. So I'm sorry if it's confusing, and perhaps that I made it confusing when I started the conversation saying we would be looking at these expectations this morning. So that is part of what we will be doing. So,
So the majority of my comments were on the structure of what we're doing. I withheld that because you said we were talking about the expectations. So I feel
Okay,
like,
thank
I feel
you.
like it's a little reverse, but
okay, thank you.
let me know when I can.
Ms. Cohen.
Oh, I don't want us to get mired in like how we got here and what to do. I think, especially being someone who missed the retreat, I had a family emergency that I appreciate so many of you reaching out about. Seeing just these, even though it's all red line, like it's a little jarring because it's just been changed to executive expectation. So it is a wholly new thing, even though it is really all that we've talked about kind of a lot. So I look forward to digging into these guys and then getting to have the conversation about policy governance and definitely understand, I mean, the larger point being this is where we're trying to get. This is more aspirational, the presentation, and this is kind of the beginning of setting that actual physical work. So I'm excited to get going. I hate that it's noon and we're still doing this, but I would love to take a look at the executive expectations, as soon as we can.
Yeah, trying to move us along, I just had a couple of questions. So for the vote on Thursday, will that also include the board roles and responsibilities component? No, that's only the executive, expectations. With that said, I think as you guys go along, maybe in the presentation, it would be helpful, just because of how the red line is set up, I guess, to just point out where the changes occurred, because the red line is a little bit more of like, everything is out, and then the new is there, but I can't really tell what was different in the two. So I think that's going to be a necessary piece of moving forward so that we can identify what's changed.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Omesh, and I can address that just briefly if it'll help the rest of this conversation. So what the red line document will have is it's your governance manual, and it only addresses anything related to the changes around executive expectations. The bulk of the changes you'll see, and if we really want to talk about these executive expectations, it starts on the bottom of page 29. So from bottom of page 29 through the end, that's when you'll see the text of the new EEs. Any other red lines that you see is just something that would change operational expectations to executive expectations throughout the governance manual. So bottom of page 29 is probably a good place to start to look at the content.
Yeah, no, and so when I looked at that, I was trying to track it, like looking at that compared to 15, which I guess was the old language. And that's where I noticed that like the meat of it is different, but it was harder to trace like what actually changed between I would have to look line by line myself, right? Comparing those two. So I don't know if you guys can point out maybe where, I assume some of it was reflective of our discussions last time, right? Yeah, so ideally that's where I would have seen the redlining, but since we have this right now, I don't know if you guys can just point out maybe, or if all of it's changed, just let us know. I can also just look at it as a new document.
So, Ms. Omesh, the place that may be most helpful for board members is the content from the Monday letter, and we can walk through where the changes were, but that's going to reflect the board conversation from our last retreat and where we are today.
Is that, okay, okay. More specifically about what's changed here and, all right. I think we're gonna have to pull that up.
Ms. Tolan? Ma'am?
Ms. McLaughlin, please, you've had yours up for a while.
So, Dr. Reed, I think what I would share is that I was at the first retreat, and then I had a family commitment and missed the second one. And I had expressed concern that while I do believe the work we were doing on the operational expectations and that we are now calling them executive expectations is important work, because it's been a triad of, I believe, of strong policy governance. But I'm also mindful that in our time with you and this board's tenure with how much time we have left, that we spent an enormous amount of time on the strategic plan. And I am thinking about the work that this veteran board has left to do before there will be an election and a brand new board in place. And because 8 board members are retiring off, that alone speaks to the changes that will come with a new board. And so I had thought that we were going to just focus on revising and improving and strengthening these to help you in your work with the strategic plan. But beyond that, in terms of whole-scale changes to how the board and the superintendent and the division operate, I've had concerns that that is a very big project to take on, and I'm not certain right now that that is maybe even appropriate, because you're going to end up inheriting a whole new board come January 1, and we could do all this work and they could come in and just wipe it away. And so thinking about staff time, board time, your time, public time, are we better off focusing on this work that we did to refine and improve them, and then maybe engage in some more additional conversation about what is optimal for superintendent and board relationship work, what can we learn from best practice. But I don't really feel positioned even right now today to suddenly greenlight what I think is really heavy lifting. And given how amazing your commitment is to the strategic plan that we've now established, I would rather see us spend that time together focusing on that. I think the second thing I would say people know about me is I tend to do really well with some clarity of specificity. So I feel like we're embarking on this sort of philosophical, esoteric conversation about policy governance, and meanwhile I'm trying to think for us as a board and for the public, what's the why of what we're trying to solve in the urgency here? Again, knowing we've got about 4 months left collectively, is there a problem? And if there is, then maybe working with the chair and vice chair, we can address where the board or individual board members are creating challenges for you to lead in the way you'd like to lead. And I mean, I'm not putting you on the spot in a public meeting at all. I think I'm just trying to speak my heart here, that I think you come with incredible commitment to this work as a partner. But I do think that as of today, what I'm hearing and even what I'm experiencing, and especially, you know how I feel about the Carver book, I'm not sure that it necessarily is applicable to in wholesale an elected board of this size, of this complexity, of a school district with a community of expectations of 1 million people. I just don't know how we tackle all that. Meanwhile, knowing that we need to start drilling down to what's happening in our schools and what can we do to help you in these next 4 months. And I think it might be better served. This is truly retreat work. When people say, what's the retreat? And I say, well, the school board meets in cafeterias and conference rooms at Gatehouse. So it's not, a luxury. But the bottom line is this is important work. I don't know that we're positioned to be doing it right here, right now, today. And I think I'm wanting to just make sure everybody understands. I appreciate the good intent here, but I am worried that we've got a lot of important work we've got to try to get done. And I don't know that beyond the executive expectations, how we're going to get past doing some of this heavy work right now.
Okay, let me make a suggestion. All right, it is a little bit after noon. I would like to see if the board is amenable to this. We have done work for weeks and weeks, months on the executive expectations. We had a very, very good session at our last retreat, discussing, the semantics and what it meant to people, and I think came to a very good compromise and conclusion for many of us to move forward. So we have a strategic plan in place, and part of what we want to do with that strategic plan is hold Dr. Reed accountable for accomplishing the goals in that strategic plan. So part of that is, as we've discussed, is having our goal reports, and we're working on scheduling those out between now and June to cover all 5 of those goal reports. Now, in addition to that, we have put together what I feel is a very good body of work, taking the operational expectations, revising them to these executive expectations, which are part of what we are expecting from Dr. Reed as she is accomplishing those 5 goals. These 2 pieces help us to, as a board, be accountable for what she is working on. So let me propose this. Let's change our gears a little bit. Our lunch is ready. I double checked. Let's take our lunch break just a few minutes early. Let's come back, focus on these expectations, make sure everyone is fine, and we've got them ready for Thursday night. We would like to be able to finalize these on Thursday evening so we can begin this process of accountability. I mean, we are here on the board and serving for the next 3.5 months, and I would like to make sure that good work and accountability is happening. So we would like to begin the process that we were hearing about on September 28th. We chose just one of the easiest expectations to hopefully just run through the process and get the board and the public familiar with the process, which is why we chose that particular item. So if I would like to see if we can have some consensus around changing our agenda slightly, in having our lunch, coming back, more focus on this, just finish up the details. We will get a copy for everyone. The Monday letter materials have exactly what Ms. Omesha is asking for, is, the copy showing exactly what changes were made based on our last discussions. I think staff did a great job of incorporating all of our comments. So with that, can I just see a show of hands of people that are amenable to that adjustment? Okay, excellent. Ms. Seismer-Heiser, quick comment?
Yeah, I think one caveat, I think we should have that and kind of finalize this as ready to vote, but if there's time at the end of that, perhaps we can start some of the other conversation just to have some ideas, because I do think, we've been talking a little bit individually about some of the next steps around the board superintendent relations, but having a chance for us as a body to talk about that as a good starting point for conversation, I think would be helpful if we have time at the end of that.
No, thank you for that clarification. I wasn't necessarily planning to take that off the table, just rejigger the schedule somewhat. All right, thank you. Ms. Corbett-Sanders.
And if we could just, because I think the public is going to look at this operational expectation report on Thursday night as being something that's like, are you kidding me? Because it is such a, it's something that we already know who the succession planning. So if we can change the agenda item so it clarifies that this is being used as an example of how the process will go forward. I think that that is an important piece. And then similarly, if we can be very clear that what we're really talking about is not policy governance, but strategic governance of the system, because the policy governance is something that we aren't wholesale adopting. And so we shouldn't be using a term that gives an indication that we're wholesale adopting something that the last board didn't wholesale adopt and we did not wholesale adopt.
Thank you. We heard that comment loud and clear. We were already discussing it. Thank you. All right, let's take a half an hour for lunch, so we'll reconvene at 12:40. My board member.
I actually think I was in trouble for
Okay,
talking while the TCP
let's move forward. We've already overstepped our break here. We have lots of work to do, so we're reconvening, and you should have on your desk this document in addition to the red line that you received earlier today. So this is the document that Ms. Amish was asking about, that was given out to board members a week ago Monday, that shows in green the words that were changed based upon our discussions that we had at our last retreat. So Marcy and Dustin graciously will walk us through each of these and take what we would like to do. If there are any comments on any of these, we would like to reach consensus on that today and repost this so that we can get this information out and be prepared for the meeting on Thursday. If there are additional changes after tomorrow morning, those will have to be amendments at the board table. So let's turn it over to Marcy and Justin. Let's start out with number 1.
Thank you, Ms. Tolan. And just for the public's awareness, publicly posted is the red line version of the board's governance manual that has the current version of what we're going to walk through today. The original operational expectations, there were 12 of them. In the process of developing these executive expectations, the board determined the need to add an additional executive expectation, and that's number 13, focused on safety and security. So we're going to talk about today, these have evolved over time as the board has engaged in discussions in both 2x2s and then through the retreat processes. We're going to share the changes that occurred from the board's last engagement with this at the last retreat. As Ms. Tolan has pointed out, those changes are highlighted in green, so we'll walk through each one of them and then confirm that there are no additional changes as we move on to the next one. So we're going to start with the first one, which is the global executive expectations. So based on the consensus feedback from the board's discussion at the last retreat, this was updated. And I'm going to have Ms. Cornell pull this document up as well so the public can see what we're talking about, to include data-informed systems and adding in language on language that was in the previous operational expectations about a system of continuous improvement monitoring our efforts towards achieving our goals. So that language in green was added. So that's the change from the last time the board discussed this, the feedback that was provided, and the edits that were made. So we want to just make sure there are no additional changes to this one before we move on to number 2. Page 29.
Board members, can you put your placards down, please? Thank you. Okay, seeing no comments on number 1. So number 2,
Executive expectation number 2 is around the idea of the emergency superintendent succession. There are no changes from the last retreat on the 29th.
all right, we move on to number 3.
The third executive expectation is on the relationship with families and community stakeholders. And there was some revision in number 1F to add in clarification about providing information to families in multiple languages and modalities to support the engagement opportunities within the community. Ms. Tolan, I think we need to pause.
Please.
Marcy, you just mentioned modalities to support engagement opportunities within the community. And what's written is, and supports engagement opportunities within the community. I think your language is actually the more appropriate, which is to support engagement opportunities within the community, because it's an action versus an open-ended supports engagement opportunities within the community but not connected. So I think what you said is more appropriate, but just leave that to, this is on page 3. Because you're talking about both the language and different modalities, which means it's, written, it's verbal, it's going out to have a town hall, it's doing all of the above.
Are there any additional comments on that? I think if you look at C is where we are asking the superintendent to go out into the community and have opportunities for information flow. E is open and honest communication, so I would agree with Ms. Corber-Sanders.
We're agreeing with Marcy.
Can we get, since this is a change, I would just like to ask board members if I could just see a show of hands if we have consensus around the change of that word "and" to "to."
And supports to support.
Okay, great. Four.
Number 4 is the executive expectation around human resources.
Ms. Tolan, if you don't mind, before we move on, I wanted to ask what of the feedback was not incorporated. I'm kind of trying to, rapid fire in my brain of what things came up in the discussion to make sure that we have an understanding of why certain things were not included if they weren't. From the notes?
I don't have all my notes in front of me. I would say anything where we heard consensus, we went back and tried to incorporate that language, whether or not it was, like this one, for example, was thinking about, I think, how we reach all of our community members where they are. So trying to find that language that would fit into the existing executive expectation. Again, I think we worked to include everything that we heard from the board that was consensus.
Thanks.
Okay, executive expectation number 4 is around human resources. You'll see changes in green. Number 1D talks about an impartial process, so that addition. 2A has the addition around accommodation protocols and adhering to state code and other legal requirements in 2D. And then there were some wording changes in 3A around our competitive compensation packages. And then finally, some updates to 4 and 5 around the way that we implement our evaluation processes, and making sure that it's regular and in line with the regulations, and then effective and efficient professional learning in number 5.
Ms. Corbett Sanders?
Another little just tweak, but when we talked about this, it was state and federal code, not just state code and other legal, because the federal code is actually the one that has substantially more on EEOC and stuff. But I think that requires a consensus of the board.
Okay, is there a consensus if we add to 2D, adhere to all state and federal code? Can I see show of hands consensus on that one? Okay, great. Ms. Keys-Gamarra, did you have a different one?
I think it may be addressed in 1D with respect to how we treat our staff members in a fair, impartial, and balanced manner, and provides for effective handling of complaints and appropriate due process. I am concerned about the level of notice that we give to our employees in the event that they enter any kind of discipline. And I'm wondering if there's any change here that needs to take place due to collective bargaining. 1D. Yes, timely would be good.
So thinking about treats all staff members in a fair, impartial, timely, and balanced manner.
Yeah, I think timely is good. I'm trying to get, I hope people know due process means notice and opportunity to respond. But timely is helpful, so that people don't feel blindsided.
Okay, is there a general consensus to add the word timely? Please.
You're adding timely to which part? Because I thought you were going to add it under provides for the timely and effective handling. Is that where you're proposing to add that word?
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay,
I would
because
agree
that
with
seems to be more in alignment with making sure we're responding to people.
Responding to people, and I agree with that. I'm going,
Okay.
I guess the question that was kind of suggested to me is whether that due process is going to be clearly understood. This is only for the superintendent though, right? Okay, all right. Then I won't fiddle with that. I'll assume that that's understood.
Thank you. Okay, so general consensus at this point to say 1D, treats all staff members in a fair, impartial, and balanced manner and provides for the timely and effective handling of complaints and appropriate due process. Show of hands. Okay, fantastic. Number 5. Ms. Amaze, did you have a question?
Yeah, a separate point.
Oh, on
Sorry.
4, I'm sorry. Okay, go
Yeah.
ahead.
And I did find my notes for 3. I think there are a few things that weren't there. I don't know, maybe in the end, if we can go back and just look at overall pieces that aren't covered by anything else. But for 4, I think the accommodations piece, I think part of the intent was to be more explicit under 1 and saying something like, provide reasonable accommodation for the specific needs of our diverse staff population, something like that. So, because right now, under 2, it's just communication of what exists, as opposed to being intentional about, meeting staff where their needs are.
Do you want to recommend a specific change?
Yeah, I mean, what I had shared in the retreat was under 1, to add a component that would say, provide reasonable accommodations for the specific needs of our diverse staff population.
Number
One,
4, 1, create a working environment that, can you say your sentence again, please?
provides reasonable accommodations for the specific needs of our diverse staff population.
So you would see that as E?
Yeah.
Ms. Sizemore-Heiser?
Thank you, and I appreciate that. If I just, clarification, what do you mean by reasonable accommodations for, I mean, like, what are you thinking about? Like, I guess my head, where it goes to ADA and reasonable accommodations, which is still required by law, right? So what are you thinking about, when you say that phrase? Like, give me an example.
I mean, it would be whatever HR would deem reasonable under their standard, but ADA could be part of it, not so much language, because most of our staff speak English, obviously, but religious accommodation, scheduling, that kind of thing. I think in my experience working with some of our staff, I think principals will turn down requests for accommodation without necessarily putting in much intentionality or effort to see if it'll work, whereas others will actually go above and beyond to try to be accommodating. So I think to have it be a system expectation helps us, expect of our superintendent that she'll set the tone and put in place the appropriate protocols and understandings of how that would be. That's really the intent there.
Ms. Sizemore-Heiser?
Are you finished? I didn't want to take your time. Yeah, I think I completely understand where you're going, and I appreciate that. I worry a little bit about overlapping this into what's required by law in terms of reasonable accommodations. And I just wonder, when we have in 1A where it says ensure all are treated with dignity and respect, whether that kind of encompasses that notion of we're going to make sure we create a working environment that, meets people's needs, reasonably accommodates things that they're looking for. I worry about the way the language, so I'm wondering if that's in there, or that's kind of assumed as part of that dignity and respectful environment. Just a thought.
Yeah, I don't know that is, mostly because that's more of like a colorblind, like we're going to treat everyone with a certain kind of respect, but I think the equity versus equality is what I'm trying to get at, where sometimes staff do need accommodations, and
I guess I read it as it's not respectful and dignity. If you need an accommodation we're not able to give you, that's reasonable, right? To me, that's not treating, that's how I read it, right? Like, to me, dignity and respect is individualized, right? And what someone needs for their dignity may be different, but we make sure we protect it. So that's how I look at it. So, and I don't want to set an expectation that we're not providing reasonable accommodations where needed, or outside of the ADA process is where my concern is. Like, we still want to make sure people go through that process legally. So just my 2 cents. I appreciate your thought. But to me, it seems like I think it's probably in that piece of it.
Cover Sanders, do you want to add something?
Yeah, I'm glad to follow Ms. Sizemore-Heiser on this one because, and I'm not a lawyer, nor have I ever studied to be one, but it's my understanding that under federal employment law and the ADA, the reasonable accommodations language actually exists at the federal code, which is why I wanted to make sure that we had the federal code listed here. I think that going to specific reasonable accommodations language beyond what the federal code is one where prior to incorporating that, I'd like to have an interpretation or a read as to what that actually would mean. Because I'm not sure. And that's why I was very explicit that I wanted the federal code in there, because of the reasonable accommodations language, which does address things like maternity leave, it does family medical leave, ADA, the EEOC, a number of other areas where it is reasonable accommodations embedded in it. That's kind of where I was reading it from.
Dr. Anderson?
Thank you. I'm wondering, Ms. Omesh, if 2A does not already encompass some of the things that you wanted to share, because it reads establish and communicate clear personnel rules, procedures, and accommodation protocols. I wonder if that will capture all of that.
Yeah, I mean, again, part of my concern wasn't that a protocol exists, which I think is this legal piece that people are talking about, but that it be implemented, respected across the board, that the superintendent have some role in ensuring that that's part of the work culture that's, put in place. So that's where I saw an appropriate place for that in one. But, and I didn't think two was sufficient in doing that for that reason.
Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you.
Perhaps, Ms. Omesh, it sounds like you may be talking about fidelity of implementation. Does that phrase help you at all? Because you're looking for some equity in the way that these policies are implemented and some oversight and accountability. It sounds, that's what I'm gathering from your conversation. So I just wanted to throw that out as possibly a phrase that may address your concerns, because you may not be talking specifically, you're talking about accommodations, but in the way that they are implemented and varied from one school to the other, depending upon the leadership in that school.
Yeah, I mean, if it makes people more comfortable, maybe we can say like consistently provides reasonable accommodations for the specific needs of our diverse staff population under one, maybe that will hit at that.
But, right, so this would be, you're making sure that this is seen as one of the duties of the superintendent.
Right,
And,
in the work environment she's setting up.
okay.
Okay, say your language one more time.
So consistently provides reasonable accommodations for the specific needs of our diverse staff population. I don't know where I'd fit in culture, that was a good suggestion, but anyway, that's what that sentence would be. Sure, if people don't object to that. So,
Please repeat.
yeah, so the piece, so E, I guess, would be consistently provides reasonable accommodations for the specific needs of our diverse staff population. And then I think what Ms. Corbett Sanders is adding is create a work environment and culture that.
It's already there, it's under one.
So I think what Ms. Corbett Sanders was saying, number one, the first line would read, create a working environment that consistently. In number one.
I mean, I guess I'm a little confused as to why people are averse to just being explicit about that piece that we're already committed to, but because what I'm saying is, on the ground, I've seen it not be respected. So if we can be explicit, I think that's what I'm trying to get at.
So Ms. Amash, your wording is consistently provides accommodations for a diverse population of employees.
Consistently provides reasonable accommodations for the specific needs of our diverse staff population.
Ms. Pekarsky?
So I understand respecting staff, but I guess when we talk about accommodations, I mean, there is a job and a job description and expectations. So when you start talking about accommodations, I'm really confused as to what that means and what that looks like, and I think others will be confused as well. So that gives me heartburn.
So, okay, let me try this, okay? Let me try, we've got two things on the table, I think. Let's try, if we added to the first line in number one, create a working environment and culture that consistently, and then we've got values, employee talent and expertise, all are treated with dignity and respect, et cetera, et cetera. Can we have a consensus on that addition?
She's taking it piece by piece, so
Yeah, and then
that
we have the
first
second
part, I
piece.
concur.
So can we have consensus on that one? So that gives you consistent application of A through D at this point. Yes, there was consensus. Okay, and then secondly, we have a proposal on the table for adding an E. Adding, it would be 1E, adding, and Ms. Sumation, I'm going to have you read it again because I don't think I have the exact wording.
Yeah, I mean, now that we put consistently, I guess it would just be provides reasonable accommodations for the specific needs of our diverse staff population. And I think I just wanted to clarify, recognizing that reasonable accommodation is a legal term and that has its limits. It's not like people are going to free for all, get whatever they want. It's within a certain threshold of what's already acceptable. So.
Point of clarification.
Yes, Dr. Anderson?
Right, I'm trying to get my mind around what is, because I get it, Ms. Omesh. You want to make sure that we're being explicit here, because it's been said over and over again, it needs to live here if we need to hold the superintendent accountable to it. But I'm struggling with trying to figure out how is that different from the accommodations in 2A? If you could give me an example, what would be something that would fall under that perhaps 1E, that would not be covered in 2A?
My issue is not that protocols would exist, right? Because we have protocols in place for all kinds of stuff. My issue is that on the ground, it's not respected, it's not implemented, staff aren't even aware it exists. And that's where, for me, it's the work environment and culture, where, to me, the superintendent's part of her role is to ensure that across the board, when a staff member needs an accommodation, it's not stigmatized, it's not made more difficult than it needs to be. That's why I'm trying to put it under work environment and culture.
Okay, thank you for that. My second piece is accommodations are covered under federal law. It's illegal to not provide those accommodations. What accommodations are you speaking to that would not fall under that umbrella?
I mean, I can give specific examples.
I'm just trying to build understanding, so I would love at least one.
Yeah, I mean, for example, a staff member who has, a schedule that's set up. On Friday, their free period is the last period, right? They would like to make up that time in that free period for their own planning so that they can go to like a Friday service, right? That becomes an issue because the principal's like, no. Why? Because. And that's not an accommodation that's made, even though we have a religious accommodations process and they, can request it and whatnot, but it can be denied even if it practically makes sense and will not be disruptive to instruction.
Sure. Dr. Reed, can you kind of speak to that a little bit? Because I don't have it at the ready. What does our religious accommodation regulation allow at this time? Because for me, where I go at first blush is this will change work hours. Somebody's working 6 and somebody's working 7. I just want to be sure that I
No,
don't
but
have
there's
to
a protocol to make up time,
And that's what I'm trying to get an understanding
but
of.
the principal has to approve that. Yeah. Go ahead.
So, Dr. Anderson, what is the question you're asking to be answered?
What is our current regulation around that? What is the expectation that you've given staff when it comes to the religious accommodation that Ms. Somesh is referring to?
So we can look up the regulation around that, but my guess would be it's in accordance with state and federal statute, much as we've discussed. I think what Ms. Amish is actually speaking to is more the spirit of the regulation in terms of what happens on the ground rather than what's written in the regulation is
Yeah,
my
no, exactly.
assessment.
So what would be your expectation? How would you direct the principal to respond in this case? Would it be, yes, you're allowed to go early on this Friday? I hate to put you on the spot on this, but again, I'm just trying to build some understanding here.
So I think fundamentally, we always want to keep students at the center of our decision-making. So as long as we're meeting the needs of our students, their educational needs, and there's an ability to be flexible to meet staff needs in an equitable manner, my expectation would be that we meet student needs and meet staff needs in an equitable manner. So if needing to leave early for a particular event of any nature, if that time can be made up in a reasonable manner that doesn't impact student experience, I think I would expect a principal to work with their staff. One of the key areas that we're talking about is not just recruitment, but retention of staff. So where we can provide flexibility within the confines of the law and with the expectations of doing what's best for students, I would expect we would do that and be flexible. Marty, did you pull up the regulation? Do you have the exact language there?
I do, Regulation 4817. And when we're looking at providing these accommodations for religious needs, There's a section that focuses on undue hardship, which Dr. Reed spoke to very clearly, that the focus is on students first. And then if there are requests that, and the language, are costly, adversely impact student wellness, compromise workplace safety, decrease workplace efficiency, infringe on the rights of other employees, or require other employees to do more than their fair share of a potentially hazardous or burdensome work, then the request could be denied.
Okay. So thank you, and thank you. So I think where I'm falling is that Ms. Omesh is asking for an inclusion of language that already exists, which I think a lot of us have done with this document. So I wouldn't have any objection to it because we already have the accommodation outlined elsewhere.
I do just want to remind people that the expectations, the executive expectations, this document is not necessarily meant to encompass every possible situation. We have thousands of regulations that go into those details. And what this really is for is when we're looking at reviewing how this is being done, there will be a whole set of reports that will come forward. Board members will be able at that point in time too to ask for, for more specific information about how this is being met, and those looking at some of those very specific situations may be pertinent.
Thank you, Elaine, for sharing, Ms. Tolan, for sharing that, but I'm going to push back a little bit because it's been stated over and over and over again in these conversations that it has to be here in order to kind of generate that attention, which is why I think a lot of us have been very explicit about putting things in here so that it could have that attention. And I do hear you, because we have thousands of policies and regulations. We couldn't possibly do it here, but it's a little bit of a misalignment there with messaging and what is actually what's actually possible.
Thank you. Ms. Keys-Gamarra?
I'll take the Okay, so I'm getting a little stuck between the two of these because I think these are two different ideological approaches, and I'm seeing your concern, Abrar, as more of an enforcement issue as opposed to, because I think the language actually is saying the accommodation should be, that this is part of what her oversight is. But if there's a disparity, it seems like that could possibly fall somewhere else, in the sense that, one, do our employees have a way to report such concerns, right, in order to make sure that the superintendent can provide the level of oversight, which requires, one, information or data being available. So I'm a little stuck between the two opinions, because I'm thinking that you're looking for what language already exists for, but do we have a mechanism by which we make sure employees who may feel that their rights aren't being protected, then how do we get to that? And I need to give that some thought as to where that would live. But I just feel like it may be two different things.
I mean, the way I'm seeing it is, at the end of the day, the superintendent is held accountable to the things we put in writing. The board will hold her accountable to. Whether or not it's happening is up to the quality of the superintendent and their ability to be on top of every little thing that's going on, right? So if we don't have it in writing that amongst the things that we care about, to me, it's a staff rights issue. The grievance piece was a big deal, and I'm glad we bolstered that language. And the accommodations piece is another one where I've seen our system fall short time and time again. So I'm like, you know what? I want it written down in the things that we're going to ask her about, so that she's forced to create space in her mind to think about it and ensure it's happening. Otherwise, we end up in the status quo of things that are inconsistent, things are falling short here and there. And without that language, I think we could hold her accountable and give her all A+, while that's still an inconsistency and a problem on the ground. So that's really where this, I'm trying to include it as language to ensure that it's part of her report card, right? Because that's the only way to make sure it's happening.
All right, that's very helpful. So,
Okay, so the language would be provide reasonable accommodations for the specific needs of our diverse staff population. That would be under create a work environment and culture that consistently.
Okay, so let's at this point, could I see a show of hands for
I'm
those?
so sorry. Can you just say once more, Abrar?
Yeah, one more time. We have number one, create, which has been changed by now, right? So it is create a work environment and culture that consistently provides reasonable accommodations for the specific needs of our diverse staff population.
Thank you. And Ms. Marin, you have a comment?
Yes, I do have a comment. I appreciate what Ms. Omesh is saying about work culture, and I think that change in one is pertinent. But number two literally says, implement policies and develop regulations that so-and-so accommodate protocols. So again, I do think it speaks to this is an implementation issue. I'm uncomfortable doing wordsmithing to this extent, given that this is now the third draft that we've done, and to Ms. Tolan's point, this is supposed to be as global. I do think, to Dr. Anderson's point, I think it's in here. It also says under 2C, protect against discrimination, harassment, retaliation, or other mistreatment. So I do think this reflects what Ms. Omesh is advocating for, and I do not feel the need to make any additional changes in that.
Thank you. Okay, we've got the wording. Let's see a show of hands for those that would like to incorporate. All right, for those that would like to incorporate E as Ms. Omesh has described. Okay, so we do not have a consensus on that one. Thank you. Ms. Corbett Sanders, do you want to add something else at this point?
No, I think we've already had extensive conversation, don't worry.
Thank you. Okay, we can move on to number 5.
Okay. Our executive expectation number 5 is financial planning. And the one change that was made from the previous board discussion on this is in 1B to add in a current assessment of. So there was some conversation about making sure we have an understanding of sort of the evolving financial situation.
Bless you. Oh, Ms. Seismer-Heiser. Ms. Seismer-Heiser, did you have a comment on number 5?
Just a quick global comment in general. Like, I just want to be careful that the purpose of this document isn't sort of new regulations, right, or new policies. It's a global, more broad, document. This is, and then we can ask our superintendent, of course, is accountable to all of our regulations and policies, and in these topics, the broader topics, we can ask about any of those in the reporting. But I just want to be careful that we're not turning this into regulation. So I just want to put that out there. And that's, I know we're down the path of expectations, but that's what limitations would have done, is it doesn't box it into these are the things we expect, which then gives us an urge to want to put more things that we expect in here. So, we do expect everything in our regulations that our superintendent will abide by. So just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. Ms. Corbett Sanders.
Global expectation, global executive expectation does just that. It says, okay, all of the regulations and policies apply. I do have, and this is, I never thought I would say this about financial planning, but we live in a different world today, and that is whether there is an expectation that when extraordinary budgetary events occur, and we've had 2 in the past 4 years. One was when, at the 11th hour, we were being told that we might not get fully funded from the Board of Supervisors and had to work on that at the 11th hour. And the second was this year, where we had an accounting glitch at the state, and then a delay in getting a budget from the state. I very much appreciate that the superintendent and her team have been responsive to keeping us informed about those. But that language and a current assessment of local, state, and federal funding sources, do we need to say is based on realistic assumptions, a current assessment and any changes to? Just because we're living in a world where we do not control what is happening. And if we have, actually it's 3 times, because we also had a shutdown in my tenure, and all of a sudden we had people without any money in Fairfax County for a period of time. So I don't know where we capture that financial planning piece and whether or not we have to. But because we're so codependent on federal and state funding, I don't know. I'm just throwing it out. Under 5. You think it captured, it says is based on realistic assumptions, it's the planning piece, but and a current assessment. So do we need to say current or change, current assessment and any change? I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
What if we said current and ongoing assessment? I mean, that is what we do, right?
Yeah.
We're constantly watching.
Because unfortunately, we're not printing our own, we're not able to handle ensuring our financial inflow.
So could I see if we,
Where are we putting that?
so
Under
it was
1B.
1B, number 5,
We're on 6.
financial planning,
Here.
1B. We're proposing 1B to now say is based on realistic assumptions and a current and ongoing assessment of local, state, and federal funding sources. So can I see a consensus for that addition of that word? 1B is based on realistic assumptions and a current and ongoing assessment of local, state, and federal funding sources.
So if they hiccup and make a,
So can I see a show of hands for adding that and ongoing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay,
7.
okay. Thank you. Okay, number 6.
Now it's your turn.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Number 6 is the executive expectation on financial administration. And based on the discussion at the last retreat, there were no changes to this one.
We move to number 7, asset protection.
So the change from the last discussion on asset protection was in number 1, and it was to address some concerns around delayed maintenance.
Technical term is deferred.
And I apologize, Ms. Corbett Sanders, deferred maintenance. Thank you.
Okay, so we are okay with number 7. We'll just take out that one word. Number 8.
Number 8 is the superintendent's relationship with the board. In the opening preamble, there was the addition of academic success. As we move through the expectation, 3B adds the board in addition to individual members. Number 4 adds disaggregating data as a part of strategic plan goals. And then when we look towards the bottom at 6H, there was an additional letter added for significant events impacting academic success.
Ms. Corbett Sanders?
Dr. Reed, this is just a question of a clarification or an understanding. So in looking at the new H, which I fully support, is that someplace where you would come to us if there were significant changes at the state level to our accreditation system, that you would come back and say, this is what we expect the impact of that would be?
Maybe. Well, I mean, I don't know that the state isn't going to impact the academic success of our students, right? What happens in our classrooms and in our communities, homes, et cetera, are most significant in terms of what impacts academic success. I think the state changing their criteria might impact the reporting of our academic success, but in a technical term, a significant event might be a school burning down and we'd have to relocate students, and that would be a significant event that might affect class size and it might disrupt learning. So I'm thinking those would be the types of things that significant events might be. But if we're talking about the reporting of, then I think the state's shifts, would be connected to that. So that's how I would read that.
So would 5 be that, report in a timely manner? That piece? I'm just a little nervous that we're hearing that there's going to be significant changes at the state level that could all of a sudden not necessarily impact how well our kids are doing, but how they're perceived.
I think we are concerned about that. Correct.
Can we look at 6F? To make sure we know about any significant initiative program that would change, our operations or reporting. Does that make sense?
So as I look at this list, I'm looking at it with the eye toward what things I expect the board to be apprised of. And I may have missed it, but I don't see anything. Sometimes our constituents bring something forward that's pretty significant, that looks like a little thing when it starts, but it has the potential to be pretty significant, and the board needs to be apprised of that. So I'm wondering how we can capture that, and I'm also hoping that when in G, I'm looking at F and G, and I'm having a wondering, because I do think that the board has to be apprised of major developments or those things that can impact reputational risk. And 2 of the big ones, I believe, are things that can come out of personnel issues and constituent concerns. So I'm wondering if, and it is a wonder, guys, I'm wondering if there's some way that we should include that here. You think it's here already?
No, I think you're right.
Okay.
It's that constituent that may conflict.
Well, and also, and I guess the reason, and Ms. Corbett Sanders is pointing out to me that there's language here that regarding taking direction from the body, but oftentimes those constituent concerns come in from a board member or a couple of board members, and the whole board needs to be apprised because it's something that can kind of blow up in our face. So Dr. Reed, I'm happy to listen to how you think that can be done, but I do think that in the past, we've had things arise at a very local, magisterial, or perhaps even I have heard of things that eventually become something pretty significant.
So thank you, Ms. Keys-Gamarra. I certainly can apprise the board of all constituent concerns. That would be a lengthy list to review on a weekly basis. I don't know I don't always hear of all the individual board concerns that are brought, like a constituent to a board member.
Yeah, let me
I'm
clarify.
not always aware of that.
I'm not saying every single constituent concern that comes to your attention should be reported to the board. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there are things that eventually can grow, and I don't really want to throw out an example. I have some in my head, but they become you know, we've had conversations regarding things going on in particular schools, or we may see a pattern, for example, with respect to principals or staff members. Those are the kind of things that I think the board needs to get some report on, and I'm trying to figure out a way to capture that.
Yeah,
Go
and
ahead.
I just would like to respond that it's at times difficult to predict which thing is going to become a big thing. And if it's written that anything that becomes a big thing, it's going to be, I'm just trying to be practical as well, that there are times it's hard to ascertain which things are going to become big things. It becomes, again, a judgment.
I do think it
Yeah.
is your judgment. I'm not ignoring that at all. I
Right.
very much want to respect that, but I do want the body of this, the body of constituent concerns to be on a radar, right? Because I don't think anybody's going to say, you messed up by not telling us this, this specific thing, if there is a pattern of providing notice to the board, and that has been established. So I'm trying to figure out, how do we establish that pattern?
So I think we have an idea on the table.
Yeah, I totally hear what you're saying, and I agree. There are often times when we're hearing things that are starting to bubble up, right? We want to be informed of those things. I'm wondering if just the title of 6 kind of gets that, because it says on 6, provide for the board in a timely manner, 6 on page 13, on this draft here.
Number 8, EE8.
EE8, number 6. Yeah, of course. Provide for the board in a timely manner information about trends, and I'm thinking trends might be what you're kind of getting at, things that we're seeing that are bubbling up, facts and other information relevant to the board's work and implementation of policies. So to me, I'm wondering if maybe we can add something, trends, facts, and other information relevant to the success of the system or the something along those lines. But to me, the words trends gets to, it's not a one or here, but we're seeing that this is a trend that's bubbling up, so you've seen enough to see a trend. So that's where.
I think the specific concern I have is with respect to constituent concerns, because there's nowhere that I'm seeing that what we're hearing from the community, like she may hear something from a board member, not the whole board, but it's a big deal.
To me, a trend would include, if we're hearing a trend of constituent concerns, because I think what I heard earlier was it's not, as Dr. Reed said, it's hard to know what's going to become a trend, right? So we don't
No,
want a whole list of all, I know, but it's my turn. So I hear what you're saying, I'm just trying to respond back to say, I think, you can put a word in, I think the trend can encompass any trend, including constituent concerns. I'm not sure. We could also put in here, if you wanted to, significant trends around constituent concerns, initiative, programs, and operational changes on F, if you want to raise the word constituent in there. But again, I think.
That's where I started, actually, and I kind of wanted to open it up so people could understand. But I'm satisfied with the second one you said, which would specifically mention constituent concerns. But I wanted to explain to Dr. Reed that this isn't.
Yeah. No, I get that. I mean, maybe significant trends of constituent concerns or something.
That's fine.
Yeah, something like that. I just think we just need to be careful because we don't know if something may become a trend, but significant trends of community. Well, yeah.
Right, and that, my questioning in this was that I wanted that flexibility to be there, but at the same time, the importance of this particular issue.
Maybe significant trends around community concerns even,
Well,
Yeah, Ms. Tolan?
please.
I'm wondering if in EE3, there's some language on number 5. I'm not sure if that addresses some of the concerns, Ms. Kiskamara, that you're raising.
That doesn't have to do, that has to do with the relationship with the community. It doesn't have anything to do with providing notice to the board. What are you looking at?
Number 3.
I think it's a different category because the category there has to do with how we relate to the community. This is the section having to do with the board, the superintendent's
So-
relationship with the board.
Yeah.
So if
So
we-
I understand that difference. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's okay.
One of the things that Ms. Heiser said, which I think might actually fit, is I think if we did F, significant initiatives, constituent
I agree.
concerns, programs.
Yes.
Okay, now we're saying in F, significant initiatives, trends around constituent concerns, programs, and operational changes. We also have D that talks about administrative disposition of matters referred to the superintendent by the board.
That's a little different.
Oh. Okay, so Ms. Keys-Gamarra.
I agree with
are
the
you-
first thing you said,
Okay,
but she said.
okay.
Thank you. The issue here is, the capstone says the superintendent shall take direction from the board as a body. There's a bit of a cognitive inconsistency between taking the direction from the board as a body and how you address constituent concerns that come to board members, and the board member then brings it to the superintendent. Because I try very hard that when something comes up from our community, I immediately go to the superintendent, either through an email or a conversation, saying this is what's happening. And so our board work is bifurcated between the policy and the oversight of being a board member and the constituent services. That constituent service role is not ceded to the superintendent because the electorate of Fairfax County doesn't expect us to cede the relationship with our constituents. However, what the board, and this is superintendent's relationship with the board, that relationship with the board requires that that handoff for resolution, because individual board members cannot, address the unique needs of a family in a school setting or, a transportation setting or anything else. So it requires that handoff, and then that the superintendent will then go back to the board member with a resolution, or will appoint somebody on their staff for that resolution. That's what's missing here, because as written, it's only taking direction from the board as a body. Is that what I think that's what I'm hearing is the concern, and that is a concern that I have as a magisterial member.
Just really quick, I think the difference is this is taking direction from the board. To me, the way I interpret, taking direction is different than addressing a concern, right? Taking a direction is, we as a body are going to tell you, Dr. Reed, we want you to go do X, Y, and Z. Bringing a concern, I don't think taking direction precludes Dr. Reed listening to a concern from you or any member about what they're hearing and saying, I will take care of this. And so the difference in my mind would be you saying, I'm hearing this concern and I want you to fix it this way. The "and I want you to fix it this way" is taking direction. Lifting up the concern and Dr. Reed saying, I will take this back to my staff to address it and report back to you on how we've addressed it, is just her addressing your concern in her operational expertise, as opposed to her addressing your concern by how your direction is, right? And I think that, to me, we give direction as a body. So when we tell Dr. Reed what to do, that is giving direction as a body. But Dr. Reed addressing a concern a board member is bringing in her best judgment or her team's best judgment isn't precluded by taking direction as a body.
Where is it explicitly stated that that's allowed, though? Because I think what you want is you want to have both sides of the equation addressed,
There was something,
because.
one of these it said.
Can I
Yeah, I'm
just
sorry.
finish? I'm sorry. Because we do address individual, how to interact with individual board members regarding disparaging board members, but I'm less worried about the disparaging of board members than of how, and it's very explicit. And I applaud Dr. Reed for wanting to bring her the problems and saying, okay, this is the problem, can you please address the problem? And I don't think I have, typically, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't say, and here's your answer.
I'm not saying you are, I'm just saying, I think that's how I read the difference.
Yeah, and so I think somewhere we have to, as that board relationship is, that the individual board members will be encouraged or will have the ability to bring.
I have a suggestion, maybe?
Yeah.
So on page 3.5, I know it's family and community, it says provide meaningful and timely responses to concerns raised by students. Maybe we have a similar section saying provide meaningful and timely responses to concerns raised by board members and inform the board of any serious concerns.
But it needs to be in operational
That's what-
expectation 8,
That's what I'm
not-
saying, maybe we
Right.
have something
That's what
similar
she's
to
saying.
that in 8 is what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's what I'm, as a solution, saying.
No, I think that's a reasonable way of addressing it. I'm trying to get to the two sides of the coin that we are always
I just
struggling
want to be
Yep.
careful that the responses are still whatever in the response, maybe we're not seeing this, but I think providing timely and reasonable, meaningful and timely responses to concerns raised by board members and inform the board of any serious or repeated concerns might get to that. Yeah. So that was my potential solution to that issue.
Besides, that's number 3.
3.5.
Got it, okay.
If you take similar language and put it on 8, instead of having students, parents, community members, just say
It would be
board
the board.
members,
Got
and
it.
inform the board of any serious, that
Yeah.
might, you could even
That
say
is
inform
good.
the board of the solution and any serious, or something, like maybe not the solution, because it might just be one magisterial member's. Yeah, but serious or repeated concerns, I think that might get to that.
Yeah. Dr. Anderson, is that what you were after? On this,
I appreciate where we have headed because I don't think I understood very clearly what Ms. Keys-Gamarra was sharing. Probably very similar to all of you. My check-ins with Dr. Reed is full of the community concerns that have been raised with me. And while I'm not saying it has to be addressed this way, it has to be addressed. And since this document is about accountability, I think we also need that space to ensure that I'm not just talking in the wind when we're talking, for 30 minutes at whatever intervals we're speaking about the community concerns. So ensuring that there's language here speaks to that concern that I was going to raise in that second part of this conversation here. So thank you for finding that space. So I want to be very strongly in support of putting it here. And so sorry that I didn't quite get where you were going initially. I am clear as a bell now.
okay, so let me do this. Are we good? Do we have 7 people at the table? So what we would like to do is EE number 8, add a number 8 that says provide meaningful and timely responses to concerns raised by board members and inform the board of any serious or repeated concerns. Can I see a consensus for that? Okay, great. Okay, and then Dr. Anderson, you have another one.
Yes, the other one, and maybe I'm wrong and not seeing where this goes, but I know we've had some conversations as of late regarding appointments, whether it be leadership appointments, principal appointments. I don't know if I see that language here. And so I wanted to raise it. And I do not have ready language. I just wanted to first make sure I didn't miss where it would have been captured. So now we have 8 sets of eyes.
Can you elaborate what are you looking for?
Well, I think we've had a lot of conversations about what needs to come to the board. I mean, I think there's some regulatory expectations, that certain appointments must come to the board, and I think that has to be articulated in the accountability. For example, superintendent just can't go out and create a chief of painting the walls green. That has to be approved by the board. Principal appointments, as we stand right now, also comes through board members to give feedback, because again, we are the representative of the community. I would love to see that be clearly articulated here somewhere, no matter how high level it is, but it's part of the accountability. I'm resting very heavily on, if it's not here, my expectations are going to be really managed. So I want to be sure that it is here, since it's one of the things that I think this board is expecting.
So my understanding, and I'm just throwing this out as a comment, I think that some of the accountability around that is Virginia code. So we do have right in the very beginning that we're fulfilling Virginia code. I think going into like very specific positions, for example, is a regulation, a policy and a regulation. And we've had conversations about some of the work that we want to do around those policies and regulations.
I mean, if we're satisfied that it's covered, I just want to be sure it's not missed. As the broad shared, Ms. O'May shared so eloquently earlier, absent it being very clearly stated, it doesn't rise to the consciousness of the superintendent. And I think we had a similar conversation not too long ago regarding JET goals. We know it's part of the regulations, we know it's part of the expectations, but we still embedded it here because we want to raise it to a level that there are eyes on it, and therefore, I'm sorry? We took it out, it's just
Please read 6C. Administrative actions and decisions that are delegated to the superintendent but required by law to be approved by the board. And that there would be a host of those.
No, I think that would probably capture it, because we could list a number of them.
Right.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, are we finished with 8? Yes, we had consensus on adding number 8 to number 8. Okay, number 9.
All right, executive expectation number 9 is the instructional program, and there were no changes from the last conversation on the 29th.
All right, let's move on to number 10.
All right, executive expectation number 10 is the learning environment and relationship with students. And there were also no changes from the prior conversation.
In number 7,
Oh,
there's,
I apologize. Number 7, we added the word fairly.
number 10, executive expectation number 10, number 7. Page 16. It's in green. Enforce fairly. It's, yes, it's fairly light.
They're afraid of red. Next time.
Ms. Amish.
Yeah, I had raised, I mean, I think there were quite a few things, honestly, over the course of this discussion that weren't included. I'm trying to trace them in my notes from the retreat, but, I mean, one of them was related to kind of data collection and understanding of who the student population is. I'm trying to remember which one of these it lived under, but I think it might be this one, number 10. I don't know, Marcy, if you guys had the chance to discuss that one.
So that was in a previous one where it was talking about making sure we were disaggregating data to help support the board conversations for whatever the specific topic was, and it was in a previous EE. And Dr. Wright, 8, thank you.
But that wasn't reflected there either. 8's the relationship with the board. Yeah. I don't think it's there. I mean, that's superintendent's relationship with the board.
So I think the conversation was talking about making sure the board had information disaggregated in a way to understand the variety of topics that were coming forward for conversation. And so in number 4, an executive expectation 8 on page 12, the language was added to get at that. So have data reports come forward to the board.
Okay, I guess the goal with that was really to ensure that that data is reflective of the, demographics of our community. And I don't know that, is that disaggregated, that understanding with you, Dr. Reed? I don't know. I mean, that seems vague enough that it can be evaded. Not that that would ever be your intention, but.
I think, Ms. Amish, you're raising really probably how do I want to put this, the salient issue here. You're creating these expectations, and then I have to provide you a monitoring report. And then you have to gauge whether that report sufficiently addresses the data that you expect to see, right? So the conversation's really after I present my interpretation of what I believe this should be. So I think obviously the effort would be made to disaggregate it in a way that was meaningful.
Okay. Yeah, because I guess what I'm worried about is this, we do disaggregate data. It's just that, the implication was that it's not disaggregated effectively, it's not revealing a lot more than what we see now. So I don't know that this changes anything as it currently stands in a way that could be more explicit.
Yeah, I think, remember, the expectations which have evolved are really, those are the lanes in which we achieve the goals. So however the data is disaggregated, if it results in the 5 goals being achieved, then we're going to have effectively disaggregated it, if that makes sense, because the goal measurements require that. So these expectations are all sort of your expectation for how we're going to do the work that leads to the realization of these goals, because the most important work is the realization of the goals.
Right, but they're related, right? Because
yes,
the way
they
we
are.
measure it will be disaggregated in the same way that would show us the reality,
That's correct.
which now it might not.
Well, currently, a lot of our data masks data that
Yeah.
is what we've been discussing really for the last year since I've been here, right? So I think even at the leadership team level, we're looking at how do we look at student data differently so it doesn't mask concerns and/or lead us to conclusions that aren't going to be helpful.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think that's what I'm trying to get to is where we are today, it's going to require a step
Correct.
to get to a clearer place. And maybe what it's captured right now, to me, doesn't support enforcement or accountability around a step like that. So, I guess that's why I was looking for more
So what
explicit
language are you thinking about that would be more explicit?
I mean, what I had originally that I suggested in the retreat was, devise strategic and intentional data collection efforts that ensure thorough demographic information is collected to comprehensively capture student needs and gaps in our responsiveness. That's how I had phrased it before. I mean, let's see. I mean, I don't think it's captured. And I don't know how we understand, Yeah, it's its own. I definitely don't think 8 does it. I was thinking,
8 implies that it's done.
right. What?
Perhaps
I mean,
in
it
the
could be-
instructional
yeah, it could
program,
be an
because
instructional-
we're speaking to the mission-critical events. So maybe it's not a board relationship issue, it's really how we reflect on the achievements under the instructional, which is what? 3, 9? I can't remember these
9,
numbers.
yeah. Yeah.
Ms. McLaughlin, do you have a suggestion?
Yeah, first macro, because I haven't really been speaking much. I do hope Dr. Reed, that we are able to convey to you and to the community and the staff watching that we really do value your leadership, your partnership, and that this is to set you up for success and your reporting to the board successfully. So I know you've been very respectful and just listening to us, but I also want to invite you that as we're talking about things to add to these executive expectations, as a seasoned leader, please do make sure and share with us, like, that sounds good. Here would be my concerns as the executive who needs to, be held accountable to it. I, for one, I think that's going to be important to set this up for success. To this one, Abrar, you know how I am about data. And I think to set Dr. Reed or any superintendent up for success, unless Dr. Reed were to have apprehension that the way that you're wording this is going to be cumbersome to a superintendent, then I, for one, support what you've outlined. Because, again, if we're not clear to Dr. Reed or to any superintendent what our expectations are for data gathering and reporting for accountability, then we can't later on go, well, where was that? Because we didn't ask for it. So to me, during my long tenure on this board, one of the most important things I would love to leave behind is that FCPS has more fidelity to meaningful data collection and the analytics. I believe, Dr. Reed, you are the leader to help us do that work. So do you have any reservations in the language that Ms. Amish has suggested? I know it's hard because she's just verbally reading it out. We don't have the words in front of us, but in terms of the overall, I guess she's got it there for you.
Little chicken scratch over there, but.
Because I just think that I do see this still as a partnership as we form this. We're not going to form it in a vacuum. And I will say to my colleagues who've been doing a whole lot more work on this afternoon, I do also appreciate the voices you're bringing to this, because we really can't keep coming back to this. So we need to do it well, we need to do it right. And I have served under now 3 different superintendents, actually 4. The very first one for a year and a half. And I want to see our system going forward, and I know you're the leader that's helping us do that. But some of us who've experienced prior leadership have, I think, some battle scars that maybe is making this process a little harder, and it's not a reflection on you at all, Dr. Reed. It's just, when people get scarred, they're going to be a little more cautious. So to Ms. Amish's proposal, any reservations at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay, then my colleagues, I support what Ms. Amish is putting forward.
Where are we anticipating it landing again?
So
I liked it
maybe-
in 10.
Let me suggest a landing spot and then have you read it. If you look at, I was looking at number 9, actually, which is instructional program. Number 5 says effectively measure student progress toward achieving or exceeding the division's strategic plan goals.
Yeah. And then I guess,
Adding a 6 or a second part to 5?
no, so this is saying to measure, right? So now we're going to say how, like what, right? So the what is devise strategic and intentional data collection efforts that ensure thorough demographic information is collected to comprehensively capture student needs and gaps in our responsiveness. It doesn't, you can change responsiveness maybe, or cut that out.
Or just say student needs.
Yeah, we can stop at student needs.
Is there a place where it better lives? Because I don't know if it's going to do that.
9 is under measuring.
yeah.
You would be
Instructional.
measuring instruction versus relationships. I think you're actually looking for closing the achievement gap, right? And
That's the
data
key
around
piece.
student academic success. So
Yeah.
I think that perhaps it's in 9.
I mean,
Go, Ms. Seisberg, go ahead.
the rest of the goal is about achieving or exceeding, right? And you're mentioning about needs and gaps, right? You were mentioning, I think and please correct me if I'm wrong, the main purpose here seems to be the robust data and the demographic, right? To make sure it's really a robust data set with demographics, but then the rest of your phrase is around needs and gaps, but the start of this is around achieving or exceeding, right? So can we say something, instead of just needs and gaps, can we say the first part that you had around student progress and needs? Because we don't want to just figure out where their needs are. We want to know how they're progressing or or achieving or exceeding that. I just feel like we focus so much on needs and gaps, and we need to focus on progress as well as needs. So that's just my on that.
Ms. Corbett Sanders, please.
Ms. Omesh, can you repeat the language as it's been currently amended? Oh, that would work.
So I absolutely understand where Ms. Omesh is coming from. I also think that there is a philosophical statement that needs to be embedded in the learning environment and relationship with students that captures part of that, which is under item 1 where it says maintain a climate that is characterized by support and encouragement for high student achievement across all demographic subgroups, so that it right up at the top says, no matter where you live in this county, where you come from, what your abilities are, we are going to support and encourage student achievement. And it doesn't say
I wanted to add to what you have, which I know is related, but it's a little bit separate from what Ms. Omesh had. I love what you've just shared, wherever students are, but I'd like to take it a step further by saying to ensure that we are identifying barriers that prevent that full participation, whether it be in academic endeavors or in athletic endeavors. That's language that I've been kind of toying around to see where that fits, and I was reserving it for 11, but which we're coming to soon, but I would love to see that be incorporated in tangent with what Ms. Corbett Sanders just shared, where we're really being intentional about identifying those barriers, because I don't think we are as strategic there as we could perhaps be.
Sorry, you want to add a word or two to
I wanted
number
to,
one?
what she said, would you like to repeat it so I can just follow up?
item 1 says the superintendent shall, and then 1, maintain a climate that is characterized by support and encouragement for high student achievement across all demographic groups.
And identifying barriers to inclusion/participation, because I want to cover academic and extracurricular.
I think that's a different thing. I think I support that
That is a
too.
different thing from yours,
It is
but
different than yours,
Yeah.
but I'm saying since you opened the door,
Okay, it's been slightly
so
modified.
we haven't completed Ms. Omesh's, but if that's something we could knock out while she is writing on the whiteboard.
Okay, so we have number 10, number 1. Dr. Anderson, can you read your full thing again?
I don't have the full thing. I have half of the full
Maintain a
thing.
climate that is characterized by support and encouragement for high student achievement across all demographic subgroups.
And my piece that I want to add is to identify barriers to inclusion/participation. Because I want to be sure that we're covering both academics and extracurricular activities, athletics, band, et cetera. There are a lot of reasons why some of our kids don't engage. And I don't think we've been as intentional as possible with figure out why, so that we can have a reasonable solution.
Okay, and you don't feel like that is covered in number 2? Have an equitable learning environment for all students that promotes, or that's welcoming, inclusive, and accessible?
It doesn't have that second piece, because that speaks to intentionality. Because when we are getting this report, I want to hear, like, what are the barriers that creates the data that we see?
Okay, so let's see if we have a consensus on that one. I think I have it. Maintain a climate that is characterized by support and encouragement for high student achievement across all demographic subgroups and identifies barriers to inclusion and participation.
Ladies,
Do we
we're
have
going to take a poll. Ladies, we're taking a pulse of the board on the first item.
Let me read it. Let me read it one more time.
No, that's the second item.
I'm listening.
Ask Ricardi, I'm fine with that.
So, Dr. Anderson, we have a suggestion that this would say across all demographic subgroups and identify barriers and solutions to inclusion and participation.
I'm fine with that. I was just teasing Marcy because we've been talking about this since last week.
Okay. All right, if we can reconvene, we want to do, let's finish up with this one, and then we'll do this one, okay? For consensus. Okay, so can I see if we have a consensus for executive expectation number 10, number 1, to read, maintain a climate that is characterized by support and encouragement for high student achievement across all demographic subgroups and identify barriers and solutions to inclusion and participation. I see a consensus for that. Okay, so we have consensus for that. Okay, now this is to live in executive expectation number 9, correct? As part of number 5. Okay, so we would insert this bullet after number 5. No, we can't defer any questions.
We already did defer.
Right. No deferred maintenance today. Dr. Reed, or perhaps Marcy and Dustin, do you have a feeling for this one living in number 9 or number 10? Devise strategic and intentional data collection efforts that ensure thorough demographic information is collected to comprehensively focus on student needs in achievement and cultural responsiveness. So we could put it in number 9 as it would be a new number 6, basically. It would follow asking for measurement toward achieving the strategic plan goals, and then asking for the disaggregation. Okay, could I see hands, consensus around this idea? Six, 7. Yeah. Yes, please.
I just have a quick clarifying question, Ms. Omish. I completely understand through the word needs and achievement, or that term. What is the and cultural responsiveness? What is the measure that the board would be looking for in addition for that? I'm just want to get a sense of what your thoughts were on that.
I mean, the intention, yeah, in my mind, when we start collecting data that's more expansive, we're going to find need that is not just grades and SOL scores, or graduation rates, but also, hey, there are certain groups maybe that are impacted mental health-wise more than others. There are certain groups that, have certain blockers to learning that are not being addressed. That's what cultural responsive looks like to me, because the more detailed data we're collecting, the more the data is going to speak to us about what problems exist that are beyond just grades.
So we're looking at that as, can you give me a sample data point you'd have in mind?
Yeah.
Just as for the cultural responsiveness, like if we do that really well, what does that look like?
Okay, so one of the most obvious that comes to my mind is we know that trans kids and mental health, right? If we had data on something like that and we saw that they had, significant achievement issues, we'd be like, oh, that's not just about grades. That's a cultural responsiveness issue. What is a unique barrier that they're dealing with that others don't? Or, if certain types of students certain students with special needs have a certain accommodation that's not being afforded on a system level, and we notice that there's some kind of gap to achievement, we can identify that. That's not just a grade-related issue. It's not just an academic issue, but that could be the way we've set up our classroom, a lack of a certain accommodation, or language barrier, right? ESOL.
Right.
This is clear with our ESOL kids. When we see that achievement problem, it's not just an issue with their performance in class. It's not an instructional question. It's, hey, what are the barriers we're not providing translation in all these other ways that would lead to parent engagement and things that, remove barriers to their ability to learn. So I think I'm trying to capture more than just, academic stuff in the sense of academic.
No,
to
I
broaden,
100% agree with capturing more than, I just was curious what
Yeah.
it would look like in that statement and that particular expectation. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'm just going to say, I completely agree with the sentiment here, and I completely agree with the idea of putting in here about robust data collection. I feel like we're crossing the line a little bit into so specific in operations that it's in the document that's more global. I feel like we're crossing the line a little bit into too much of prescriptive. So for example, that's not how I would interpret cultural responsiveness, right? And so I think when we have terms that maybe we don't have necessarily a common understanding, I think we're then ending up unintentionally limiting potential, because if I was a superintendent, I'd look at this and say, well, I'm supposed to do needs on achievement and cultural responsiveness, not on inclusion. I don't consider inclusion cultural responsiveness, right? I think this is where I work, this isn't saying data on achievement and inclusion, but there's studies about, and I'm just throwing out an example, right? And I think when we have things in here about data collection, we have things in here about measuring progress, measuring student achievement. I think when we get this prescriptive, then we start being limiting in terms of the breadth of different areas that we may want to get data on. And I think that's the danger of expectations versus limitations. And I understand the clunkiness of the language of limitations, but limitations are these are things you can't do. We're giving you operational expertise as the expert we're bringing in within that. When we get this detailed, I think we're leaving out more than we're including in. And so, especially when not having a necessarily common definition. So I think my suggestion is maybe we tweak the language about measuring student progress to, thorough data collection with, demographic information around measuring student progress. But when we get down to in achievement and needs and cultural responsiveness, I think that's crossing the line to operations. So maybe if we could tweak it a little bit to not get that far, I think I'd be more comfortable.
If taking out the word cultural, it actually originally was responsiveness. I think I was trying to respond to some of the thoughts around the table. We can get rid of cultural, because the idea is to be broader than just academics.
Well, and I do think I have strong agreement to be broader than just academics and support removing barriers when we've talked about that, period. I think being culturally responsive is important. I'm just trying to connect it in this specific expectation to what you were thinking of. So
Yeah,
I'm just not sure where it best sits.
May I make a suggestion, Deborah? Maybe if we just say everything collected to comprehensively focus on student needs and progress and leave out achievement and that way we're not putting limitations on what those needs and so the focus is on demographic information, data collection, as opposed to on these topics, right? If it's broader on, if we have everything device, strategic and intentional data collection efforts that ensure thorough demographic collected to comprehensively focus on student needs, barriers, and progress, period. And then we don't focus on achievement, culture, without all these other pieces that we aren't necessarily making the whole laundry list of things that I think would end up being
Okay.
important.
All right, we've got a couple other suggestions, I think. Ms. McLaughlin?
Yeah, I do think we are not crossing into operations. The whole point of the exercise is she doesn't want to find out at the end of her annual review, we had expectations that we never laid out. So I'm still coming from that frame of mind. However, I do agree that anytime you start to cite, you then start to indicate a limitation for her perception, which is, okay, I gave you achievement and cultural responsiveness, and then we're like, but there's other things about student success, and it's not there. So to me, that's where I think you could go to that, to comprehensively focus on student success, then you get rid of needs and achievement and cultural awareness, because the bottom line is everything we're doing is about student success, and comprehensive demographic data collection is going to be a component of it, so.
Ms. Keys-Gamarra, did you? Okay.
I think she addressed the concern. What I was going to add is that some of these definitions and what we're trying to get to with respect to equity is covered in that definition and that process. And so I think we have in here somewhere adhere to the equity policy and those procedures. And so that may address some of your concerns. Ms.
Okay, so
Omesh.
let me take consensus one more time with the rewording that we've done to add this into. No, I agree. I lost the thread on where we're putting this. Is it after number
For
five?
number 5, yeah.
Okay, so it's an executive expectation number 9 would be a new bullet after number 5. As written here, can I see a consensus on that? Okay, fantastic. All right, so I believe we've covered now number 9 and number 10. And we can move on to facilities and transportation, number 11.
I wasn't done with 10. Don't hate me.
Okay.
That was a separate point.
Where are you?
Okay, so on 10. I remember sharing at the retreat a point related to having a deliberate mechanism to reconcile, and I didn't have the exact term, and I was hoping you guys would give it some thought, but I said maybe cultural difference or whatever, that arise to center the needs of families and students and fairly adjudicate conflict. I say this in anticipation, honestly, in being traumatized and learning from our experience as a board, and also in anticipation of a political year and more to come. I think it's important that the superintendent have a protocol for how she handles. I had dropped the term culture wars, and I hate reinforcing this idea, which is why I just tried to say cultural disagreement. I don't know, but however we capture that, the point is maintain a deliberate mechanism to reconcile blank that arise to center the needs of families and students and fairly adjudicate conflict. Again, trying to kind of think forward here, because that's really what bogged us down tremendously in a lot of issues we tried to tackle. So I'd like to see something that the superintendent has in mind that makes her handle that fairly, clearly, in a way the community can predict and expect. That's my 2 cents on that. I don't know if we can add something like that. I don't know if Dr. Reed, do you have a reaction? Yeah.
I want to ask you if this addresses what you're talking about. On page 3, draft executive expectation 1G, it says provides for effective handling of grievances and complaints. This is in the context of families and communities. So if that's insufficient, perhaps that's a place to start. I'm not sure that we have
section?
to.
No, which expectation?
3,
Three,
1,
number
3, it's on page 3,
Okay.
number 1G. Okay?
that says provides for effective handling of grievances and complaints. I'm not sure we want to identify what kind of grievance and complaint, but perhaps we'll take a look at that and see if it addresses what you're talking about. I think you're trying to make sure that the community has a mechanism by which they can seek resolution, which is certainly oftentimes through the board, but the superintendent is ultimately responsible. And so just take a look, does that address it? And if not, if it doesn't fully address it, maybe it's a starting point.
I think maybe Dr. Reed, I'm thinking of it more from the policy side, right? So this is for the community. I'm thinking for our judgment as good policymakers, when we come to the table and we want to make a fair decision, I think the environment is not conducive to that most of the time, and it makes it easy not to center students and the issues that matter in those times. So I'd like the superintendent to have some kind of protocol in those times, working with the board, obviously, but that allows us to distill what is most important, and that creates a space for fair discussion and outcome, rather than kind of whoever's loudest, whoever's, pulling the strings gets whatever they want to happen. Dr. Reed, I don't know where in your mind that lives policy-wise. I want this to support and enhance what you're doing, and I think you have the intentionality for it, but I don't know if you have an idea maybe where that can live. I'm open to fitting that. That's why I brought this up at the retreat, but.
I think that really what you're getting at is, are we able to be reasoned in times that are tumultuous? And I think if we can keep the welfare of our students at the center of our work, we're going to be able to do that. Where that particular line sits in this work, I don't know. I think it's a given. Did you have a particular slot on this expectation on 3, or were you looking at 10 for it?
It makes sense in 3. I don't feel strongly if it's 3 or 10. 3 might make more sense, so.
And what was the language again you were considering?
I mean, this is what I'd offered at the retreat. It's obviously not perfect, but maintain a deliberate mechanism to reconcile blank that arise to center the needs of families and students and fairly adjudicate conflict.
So maybe the blank is conflict, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. Tension, a conflict, yeah.
disagreement.
This really comes out of, for me as a board member, feeling like time and time again, there were gaps in our decision-making, things were rushed. I couldn't fully advocate for communities that ultimately, in my humble assessment, were not heard because of the push and pull and the toxicity of the environment in those moments. And I want us to be reasoned and be able to really think fully and fairly about a way that thinks of our entire system in these times, rather than kind of, falling into a decision because that's what, the tides decided that time.
So I think it's important, it's helpful for me to know what issue we're solving with the statement, right? So it's about decision-making, reasoned decision-making in a moment of, dare I say, crisis.
Yeah, and I think if it's fair to say, when folks around the table don't feel they can articulate themselves openly, to be thoughtful.
So maybe it's maintaining a safe space and process to reason through challenging circumstances?
Yeah, maybe, between the board and the superintendent, something like that.
All right, let's get some additional comments
Yeah.
here. Ms. Corbett-Sanders.
So I think what we're really talking about is how do you resolve controversial issues, and how do you do it in a manner that addresses the concerns of multiple stakeholders. The concept of effective handling makes it difficult because my idea of effective versus your idea of effective may be very different. And so I think what Dr. Reed used is the term of effectively engaging multiple stakeholders while handling difficult or controversial issues. So that doesn't mean that everybody will necessarily agree with the outcome, but they feel valued and heard and respected in the process. Does that make sense to you? Is that what you're looking for? Because we do have a controversial issues policy, and what this is really about
Never
how.
approved, but keep going, sorry.
And so I think that's what we're really addressing, is that prior to a final resolution being enacted, it's that engagement in a respectful, inclusive manner. But I worry when we say that everybody's going to get the solution they want, because not in these difficult policies, not everybody will. I mean, I certainly haven't always felt like my outcome was what happened. And so, I think that's it's the process piece and not the outcome piece.
Exactly. I'm looking for a fair process, because right now there's no process. It's just whatever happens and whoever is loudest, then they win, done. So I want something that's less arbitrary than, are board members willing to slow down to hear it? Are board members, do they care enough? Right? Like, I want there to be a fair process, and at the end, whatever decision is made, everyone can feel that they were heard and they were part of it, and that it was seriously considered. It wasn't just, ignored.
Ms. Keys-Gamarra, did you have a comment or question?
I was trying to figure out how to, I think you're talking a little bit about board process, you're talking a little bit about constituent handle issues, concern, you're talking a little bit about that whole thing. And I'm really not, I'm struggling a little bit because we're still talking about dealing with grievances and concerns in a fair and equitable way that adequately notifies the board and allows allows resolution. That's the closest I can come to, and dang it, I didn't write that down. But I'm struggling a little bit. I see what you're saying. It goes a little bit to decisions are made by the board as opposed to an individual, and I know sometimes it doesn't always feel that way. It feels like, it depends on who comes forward, et cetera. So I think you're looking for a conflict resolution centered statement that is equitable and fair and includes creates an equitable and fair process of resolution, is as close as I can come. I can't see, I should put my glasses on. She's squinting, I knew that much. Yeah, I think you're looking for a conflict resolution type statement is what I can offer concretely.
So, having listened to everything, I'm looking at number 3. We do have, we haven't talked about 1D, is the superintendent would value and consider individual differences of opinion and diverse perspectives. So that I know is very broad. But then in addition, we have provides effective handling of grievances and complaints.
What, I'm sorry,
this
which
is-
EE? 3?
Number 3. Number 3. So I'm on page 3, number 3, under number 1, looking at D and G as ways to get at from the school division perspective. I think that there's also some of what I'm hearing you say is just from the board operations perspective. And that the board operations doesn't fall in this document. It would come in the next set of documents that we're looking at and our own governance manual, which we're hoping our governance committee will be taking a close look at as far as things dealing with board to board member discussions or board meeting.
But I think this is the superintendent's management of that, right? Like, the board will be all over the place all the time, depending on what she gets.
So this is the superintendent's management of the school district. And holding her accountable for that.
Right. It's responsiveness to the issues that are going on in the community, which the board may not push in different directions and pull and whatever, but ultimately the superintendent needs a fair way to reconcile amongst conflicting ideas and conflicting needs. That's what I'm trying to get at, in a way that's not going to leave people silenced or people,
I would also think about the goals in the strategic plan. I think that it's embedded throughout the strategic plan. So let me just throw that out there. Dr. Anderson?
Yes, you kind of started to talk about what I wanted to share. I think some of the conflict resolution that Ms. Keys-Gamarra shared, or rather tried to articulate as per Ms. Omesh's point, do not fall under the purview of the superintendent. What I'm hearing Ms. Omesh speaking about is when there's an issue under discussion, what she's looking for is a facilitation process that does not silence one board member versus the other during the meeting, like here. If somebody were to tell me, stop talking about this, that would prove your point. So I think what you're talking about is how to do that here. And I also am not 100% clear that falls under the superintendent's purview. That is how we decide to facilitate with our chair and vice chair leading that conversation. I think there's space for us to articulate and to be intentional about that in the governance manual. I am not sure it is here, because the superintendent is sitting there and is going to listen to all of us. If some of us are shutting down others, she really doesn't have a role in to insert herself and to say, well, you could do it kindly, but I think what you're looking for is really not under her umbrella.
Okay, Ms. McLaughlin.
Yeah, I'm landing where a lot of board members are, that without question, certainly during my time, we are at a local and national level of discourse that is a challenge. But I will say, under all the very diverse superintendents that I've served with, not a single one of them has wanted to wade into cultural battles or otherwise. Like, they love the fact that really their role is to stay as neutral and impartial as possible. Do they sometimes have a desire to see an operational decision go a different way than some board members? Yes, but when it comes to something that you're concerned about, I think that there are other things that in this executive expectations, we have absolutely talked about how to be inclusive in their leadership and what our expectations are of them with every single member of our community and our employees. So I don't think we need to drill down to creating another bullet one on this one. And I absolutely humbly recognize that not a single superintendent on the planet is ever going to wade in between a board engaging in what you're trying to prevent. That is going to absolutely be in our governance component, and then boards holding each other accountable for it.
Solon, if I could, and I'll drop it. What I'm trying to think of here is the board is one thing. Our disagreements and whatever, yeah, that's up to us to handle. But I think I'm trying to think of how are we setting the superintendent for success, up for success, and then holding her accountable on ensuring that inclusive, intentionality is equitable, right? That's what I'm trying to get at. And that one year could happen to be in alignment with board perspective, and one year could not be. And it could be that all 12 of us have perspectives, and there are perspectives that are off the table that were never elected that will not be at the table, right? So that's where I'm like, because the so-called culture wars are actually playing out in our schools, right? Like, you have a conflict where X accommodation is provided or not provided, and maybe that serves one community but infringes on another. That plays out, that is now, today, like, has been, right? And will continue, and I'm worried it will get worse, which is where I'm trying to be like, okay, we need to be able to expect from our superintendent that when X fire is happening at blank school, that she's gonna be fair and deliberate about considering the various perspectives, whether or not they're represented on this board, because they are in the community, regardless of the board, right? Like, that's just her judgment and having a fair process to ensure she's having good judgment that is equitably inclusive, which is different, I think, than what you all are kind of articulating. But I guess I don't know. I think Dr. Reed understands my intent. I don't know if I'll get support to include language for it, but I really think it's like one of those critical decisions that we could make to set up future boards for success.
So let me try this. So I think a lot of us are sympathetic with the intent, but let me see if we have consensus to add language like this to executive expectations. Could you please raise your hand if you
May I,
would agree?
I need to hear the language
We
again.
don't have a specific language. I'm just being more general at this point before we continue along the
And
conversation.
do we even know where we would want this to be in the EEs? Which one? Number 3, Abrar, is that where?
Probably 3, yeah.
So let me just see if we have consensus to continue the conversation for this type of language included in the executive expectations.
Can you summarize, Abrar, the language that the theme, context that you're hoping for?
Okay, I want the superintendent to have some kind of clear process to ensure that her inclusive efforts are equitable, and should conflict arise in those areas, for her to have a system to go back to that ensures she's fair in hearing the community, regardless of what the political tides and the board pressures are.
Quickly.
Suggestion, since we don't have language, I'm happy to work with you to try to come up with something within 24 hours, and the board can, we can decide whether you want to present an amendment, But right now, I don't think we're going to resolve it. We've struggled with it for some time, and I get what you're trying to say, and I myself am struggling, but I want to give the board an out, but I don't want to necessarily close the door, and we have a mechanism to amend something, and we can decide if we want to do that. So maybe that helps, Abrar, rather than just, I'm sorry, Ms. Omesh, rather than just closing the door here. So I'm happy to work with you on that language and try to bring something to the board that can be considered Wednesday before the Thursday meeting.
All right, is there consensus to do that? Okay, what I will ask, I know you ladies are very, very busy. Could you please have something in front of us maybe by 10 a.m. so we could take a look at it? Because we will be posting information tomorrow morning for the public. Thank you. Okay, just a time check. Okay. Just a time check. It is 10 to 3. We stagger. All right, we have a request for a biological break, but it cannot be longer than 5 minutes. All right, board members need to be back in their seats, ready to go in 5 minutes. All right, number 11, Dr. Anderson.
Do we have enough people?
We do.
Okay. All right, I'm just going to jump in. This is an area that I've been talking to staff quite a bit, particularly Ms. Neal, who's talked to several other folks, because my concern, just to kind of lay the groundwork a little bit, has been mostly around our athletics. We know that we have inequitable fields. We know we have inequitable access to some of the organizations and to some of the activities, which I talked about a little bit before. But here, I really wanted to hone in on fields, and the language that was shared with me that I'd like to propose here is under 1F, routinely review the division's education specifications and master specifications, because that would include athletic fields and other spaces that are extracurricular. Ms. Neal, is that accurate?
Did everyone hear that? Okay, Ms. Keys-Gamarra.
Do we need the word, let's see, athletic and perhaps equitable manner added to what you just said, Dr. Anderson?
And I'm fine with that, and just the reason why I didn't add equitable manner, it's because we had equity in the preamble, but I'm glad to do that. But I do have to add it under instructional program and athletic needs, because that's missing from my apologies.
Okay, so let's go with that one. 1F, routinely review the division's education specifications and master specifications to align with current and future instructional and athletic program needs. Is there consensus around that change?
Comment. Can we just say student needs? Is that?
No, I really want to be more specific that we're calling out some of the facilities that are not classroom, because very often when we're talking about facilities, everybody thinks we're talking about just the classrooms, but I want to include the fields. I want to include the stadiums. I think the gyms are included when we're talking about inside of the building. Getting this from staff, you go into one school, the baseball diamond looks very homegrown, and another, it looks like the major leagues can play there. I think we need to be more intentional about that.
And based on your research, I'm not as familiar with the word master specification, but that includes
Yes.
the entire campus, basically.
Yes, is that correct?
Okay, so here's the wording. F, routinely review the division's education specifications and master specifications to align with current and future instructional and athletic program needs.
Yes, and I think Ms. Keys-Gamarra was asking
Heiser.
for equitable in there.
Where do you want the word equitable? It is in the preamble.
I'd support that.
That this would support the accomplishment of the division's strategic plan goals and adhere to FCPS policies and equity, sustainability, and environmental stewardship commitments. Ms. Seismer-Heiser?
I just wonder if we, instead of saying athletic, we could just say instructional and extracurricular, because there's things like robotics clubs and journalism and things like that that aren't athletic, that might have facilities needs. Right, but extracurricular would take into account athletic as well. So we're not limited to instructional. I mean, I also wonder, does instructional, and maybe this is a question for Dr. Reed, does instructional include like social emotional spaces? If we talk about sensory spaces, does it include, when we hear the word instructional, would you think included spaces to help students be ready to learn, or is it specifically instructional in terms of classroom sizes, for example? What would you, because I want to be careful, if we're saying instructional athletic and not naming anything else, then is it similar to what happened earlier? Once we start listing all these things, are we leaving things out unintentionally?
I think educational spaces maybe would be more inclusive of all types of spaces that support that educational experience.
Maybe educational spaces that support the educational experience, so we make it a little, so it's, I just worry about listing one and not listing others. Because we talk about outdoor classrooms, for example, is that part of the instructional space? Is that not instructional space? We talk about, so that's my concern.
So those are all in the educational specifications.
Right, but the athletic fields are not part of the educational spaces. It's really going to speak more to the master specifications, which is why I really want to push to make sure we're being intentional about including that, because I'm talking about fields, I'm talking about dugouts, I'm talking
No,
about
I get that. I
tracks.
agree. I was just responding to Ms. Seismer-Heiser.
I guess my question for Dr. Reed, or maybe for our facilities folks, is that if we put in instructional and athletic spaces, does that cover all the spaces in
I
our
would
school
say-
and kind of the different variety of needs? That's my
I
question.
think not necessarily, because instruction isn't provided in all spaces.
That's my concern.
So you might say a health room in one school versus another, and I wouldn't necessarily consider that instructional. So I think there is a more generic term that would be helpful, like educational spaces. I'm sorry?
But but the master is a type of specs. It's not the type of space, right? So reviewing educational specs and master specs to align with current and future educational, you could say educational and
All right, I think
athletic.
Ms. Corbett Sanders has a good suggestion.
There's educational specifications in there, too.
All right, let's listen to Karen Corbett.
I think the way you saw it. Thank you. It's one of those days, folks. So I think if you add in education and master specifications to align with current and future program needs, take out the word instructional, then it's inclusive to include instructional, social, emotional, athletic, and everything else. It is, allows the definition to be evolving over time as well, because I'm cognizant that our high schools have part of their master spec to have your dugouts and others, but not all of our middle and elementary schools do. And but the community use is another piece of it. Community use will drive program needs.
Okay, so I'm looking for consensus on F to read. Routinely review the division's education specifications and master specifications to align with current and future program needs. Do we have consensus on that?
I can concur to that, because instructional does.
Okay, great.
I have one more.
Please.
This is going back up to 1C. It says ensure facility and transportation practices are accessible, inclusive, and consistent with the FCPS educational equity policy. Again, I want to bring attention to when we talk about facility, we typically are talking about what is happening inside of the building and not paying attention to the rest of the rest of the structures in our schools. So I would like to add, in however way that seems to make sense, that we're going to be paying attention to both the structural buildings and the fields as well. Ms. Mensky, I know you were very helpful in offering the previous language, and you're I think you're pretty clear on what is it that I'm trying to convey here. Would campus provide that breadth of focus to include the fields, dugouts, et cetera?
Yeah, I think that's appropriate.
Okay.
Okay, do I have consensus? Please.
Dr. Anderson, if I could offer, I don't want to be limiting. I know that some schools may use adjacent, maybe park facilities or shared county facilities, and which would be beyond campus. So I don't want us to inadvertently limit language on these expectations that might not allow us to fully explore those options as well. So just want to clarify that.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Do you have any suggestion of language to help capture that piece? Because I'm not sure to the extent of our responsibilities in those spaces. If
I
there's,
think what I keep thinking about is like, what is the why we're trying to solve? And what the why we're trying to solve is to make sure that each and every student at each and every school, regardless of which school they are in the county, has access to whatever is necessary to fully participate in the activity they've chosen to participate in. So whether that's on campus or off campus or retooling the campus, I think what I look at in the why there is, if regardless if I'm a sophomore at any one of our high schools, can I fully participate in XYZ offered activity or team sport or whatever club based on the facility that's available to me. That's what I would try to resolve. So I don't know what wording that is, but it's more around, we've centered, right, it's the experience. I think we've centered our strategic plan on excellence, equity, and opportunity. And the degree to which I can stay centered there with options. And I think that's where we're going with this, is making sure that those are available. Because we have different sizes of schools, different, all of the above.
You definitely understand the spirit of this. We just need to codify it so that we have that accountability. So would we be able to write facility on and off facilities, something,
What if we said
something
indoor
on
and
and off
outdoor?
campus?
Indoor and outdoor?
But does that capture the shared spaces and park
If they're
accommodations?
outside.
So I think I'd like to land a little bit more, ensure facility and fields both on and off campus. Or maybe that's too broad, because off campus could just be anywhere, but shared off campus spaces, as Dr. Reed mentioned.
Could we say facilities and associated spaces? And then therefore that could assume outdoor spaces, spaces used by students? Just a thought.
Both on and off campus, as Dr. Reed mentioned? 'Cause I think capturing the shared spaces is one that I did not realize, so thank you for raising that.
Well, like our swimming pools, for example, none of them are on campus, right? But if we're going to have accessible to students at different schools.
Heiser, go ahead.
I completely agree with Dr. Anderson that we want, our facilities all to be a good quality for our students, but I'm a little concerned about requiring our superintendent to be responsible for the quality of facilities that aren't FCPS spaces. I think that's, if it's a park authority or, I just don't know how we do that. I hear you that I think it's important to have but I don't know, that would be working with our partners to make sure whatever those other community spaces are up to par, but I don't feel comfortable in our executive expectations to expect our executive to be responsible for non-FCPS property. I just think that's a step too far.
And I think that's what I raised just now in terms of what the extent of our oversight on those. But I think Dr. Reed's point is well taken, and I thank her for raising it. Access. If we're saying that in order to be a swimmer on Team X, you have to drive to rec center that is many miles away from your home and you have no transportation, how is it that we are ensuring that you can have access to get there? And there are a lot of other things, and I know that we could say, let's just solve it with the bus. I'm giving a very simple example, but there are others that are a little bit more complex, and that's the space that I think we want to hone in on. What that language looks like, clearly we haven't hit that mark, but I appreciate that Dr. Reed has raised that this can be a barrier to our kids, and how do we just find a solution to address that in this language?
Ms. Keys-Gamarra and then Ms. Corbett-Sanders.
So I wanted to step back. Adjacent land. But this is the focus here.
Yeah, I believe I said facilities and associated spaces, because that could refer to inside, outside, on campus, off campus.
I was fine with the recommendation.
With the recommendation from Ms. Szymanski.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, please.
To address Ms. Sizemore-Heiser's concern, which is very real and one that I think we have to take into account, I think what we have to do is actually say, ensure FCPS facilities and transportation practice, facilities and transportation practices ensure students have access, or something along those lines. But you've got to caveat it as it's only FCPS facilities. It's because we cannot be responsible for whether or not the dash bus or the connector bus actually gets kids someplace. We cannot be responsible for whether or not, I mean, we can provide them a free bus pass, but if the bus doesn't show up, it's not FCPS's problem. If we are using the swimming pool, and I give the example of the Mount Vernon Rec Center, which is now closed for 2.5 years, that swimming pool is no longer accessible. But it's not our swimming pool. And so it's what are our practices that we can hold the superintendent accountable to. We cannot extend that reach beyond those.
Okay, all right.
So the reason I was focusing on the practices is because it doesn't really identify whether it's our facility, and we're not holding her accountable for the quality of what's accessible. We're looking at the practice of making things available. That was, and if there's some confusion in how that can be interpreted, then that's a language issue. But that's what I was looking at. It wasn't, we're holding Dr. Reed responsible for county and buses and all these other things, but those things have to be taken into account in terms of providing options in an equitable manner, irrespective of what is available at a particular school, which is why I was pulling out a little bit more, because I didn't think it was only referring to FCPS or only referring to county or only referring to the buses, but we have to look at it in a holistic way to make sure students have access.
Right, and I just want to kind of share this, because I don't want it to be lost, that the off-campus facilities that kind of got this second part of this conversation came from Dr. Reed. So, and I appreciate that it did, but she doesn't want to be held accountable for something that she can't control either. So I think there's clarity in terms of what is possible under her umbrella. We just need to find the language to match that. Because my main thing is to ensure that when we're talking about facility, everybody thinks about the classrooms, the cafeterias, the libraries. We tend to not have the same focus on the dugouts, the fields, the tracks. I want to bring some attention onto that because they are not equitable right now. And access to them is not equitable, and access to other venues in which our students use for activities is not equitable. Those are things that we can impact.
So let me just make a comment. Hearing what everyone is saying here, I don't think that even adding FCPS and to see, it's not limiting us to only FCPS facilities or solving any accessibility or, equitable access through using county-owned facilities or facilities that are owned by someone else. So I'm comfortable, I'm saying, with ensure FCPS facilities and associated spaces and transportation practices are accessible, inclusive, and consistent with the FCPS educational equity policy. So do we have consensus with that? That is 1C. Okay, great. Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Okay, number 12. All right, I would really love to finish these up by 3:30. We have 2 to go. And we have 2 additional topics on our agenda for today. So even beyond our what we didn't get to around our strategic board work. So let's finish this up by 3:30. So we want to finish these two and then, make sure everybody is clear on what's happening on Thursday. So number 12, technology.
Jolyn, would you like us to go through the changes?
Please.
Okay. So technology, in the preamble, there was language included about using technology for communication and accessibility, as well as language added about using these resources in a balanced manner around student learning. In number 1, there was language added around accessibility. In number 6, there was language added around inclusion. In number 7, there was language added around safely using the technology. And those are the changes on the first page, on the only page, excuse me.
Ms. Corber Sanders.
It's a bit of a nit, but technology is broader than information technology. This executive expectation is really focused on information technology. The reason I raise this is that if we were to be fully expand, if we looked at technology, for example, we don't have equitable deployment of technology in all of our laboratories across the county. So I would suggest that rather than belaboring the point, we just solve the problem with just saying in information technology as the title, and then introduce the word information in advance of the term technology in the first sentence and at the beginning of the second sentence. And then throughout, just so that we make it clear it's information technology and not all technology.
Ms. Seismer-Heiser.
I have a question. Are you talking about the top title of information technology? Like the whole thing is changed to information technology?
Yes, because if we look, we're using information technology to support teaching, learning, stakeholder engagement.
So a lot of what I was looking at with this, and I've talked to a lot of stakeholders, also on the use of technology to augment communication and inclusion, which is not information technology, but it's AAC devices.
I consider that information technology, but if you want to...
I just don't think with as that, to me, it's not a common definition of information technology, because technology to augment communication is not information technology. It's literally technological devices to augment communication. So I think it would rapidly change the definition of what this is if we just made it about information, because information technology is,
is the resources to augment.
it's
So
not the
maybe we need to do both, but the problem is what it doesn't get to is using the equitable deployment of technology in all of our laboratories across Fairfax County public schools. Now, if that's what we want to do, I would love to see that happen,
It does
but
say on, I don't know if this addresses your concern, just, and, it does say on number 1, implement innovative, future-focused, blah, 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 to provide accessible and equitable technology resources in support of instruction. So maybe to me, that's the place where we say, when we talk about equitable provide equitable technology resources, that would go to what you're talking about, right? That some of the technology in our labs is different, or the technology, that to me hits that part. But if we just focus on information technology, we're missing the entire part about augmented communications devices and accessibility, because it's not just information technology that supports accessibility, it is literally devices and and other forms of technology. So I think maybe if we can look at number 1 and try to get to what I think a very good point you're lifting up about equitable technology resources, but.
So if we do implement an innovative, future-focused, comprehensive, and efficient approach to provide accessible and equitable technology resources to include devices, hardware, and software.
Yeah, I think that would be fine.
Then that might get it to it a bit, but my concern is, as written, and we're really not talking about the facilities piece of the technology for the for that innovation, the robotics labs, things like that, in this piece. And that's what concerns me, is that
I
there's.
think if we added the words you said, communication and other, devices, software and hardware, I think that would get to it. But I just, again, try not to, I think resources probably broadly encompasses that. Try not to get too specific, then I don't want to accidentally leave something out, right? That
Right.
wouldn't be in that category. So I think resources kind of gets to that, right? Because resources are all different types of resources. Maybe including but not limited to, then we're not. Including but not limited to devices, software, and hardware. But I wouldn't call the whole thing information technology, because I think that changes it pretty significantly.
My concern is we have more of a. You're the one who's going to be doing this work.
I think when we look at technology, we certainly look at it holistically across the entire division. But if these are the expectations for the superintendent, I think in our purview, whether that is in information or instructional or anywhere else, would still all roll up into that one EE. So if you want to expand the language on what kind of technology, because it keeps evolving, like this new AI thing
Yeah,
is
I
coming.
just don't want the superintendent to have this, well, you didn't deploy this technology or that technology at school A, B, and C, but you did it at D, E, and F, and, that's, and oftentimes, I mean, I hate to put it this way, but oftentimes the technology innovation is paid for by the community, not by the school system.
What if we said accessible, innovative, and equitable technology resources? So because we're talking about, I guess I'm confused as to what would be different if we're already saying that we're requiring the superintendent to provide accessible and equitable technology resources. What more, I guess, what does that not cover? I'm trying to understand that, because it seems to me it's covered in there.
My concern is that it's too broad, and that it makes it a very difficult expectation to achieve if, just like we've sat here today, your interpretation of what this means is different than my interpretation of what this means. And in 4 months, you'll be here, and there will be 8 other people sitting at the table who may have a different expectation. So I don't want to have a situation where a lack of clarity in the language results in it being very difficult to assess.
And I guess that would be the conversation when she presents her report, and we say, yes, this meets it, or no, it doesn't. But I do understand what you're saying, too. There's always that tension between, we're so specific, something will get left out, or especially in technology with things changing, we're leaving out something that might come along. And the space to have that conversation is when the superintendent presents us her report, and we say, this doesn't include this, it doesn't include that, and that's part of that iterative process. And then perhaps this gets looked at each year as that iterative process. But I think if you get too narrow, then it leaves a lot of stuff out by definition. So I don't know the right balance, but to me, technology resources is broad enough to cover all of these spaces, and then that's that iterative conversation.
Thank you. Ms. McLaughlin.
So 2 thoughts. One, I always try to relate this back to what's the problem we're trying to address. So I know that we've had some members of the community and even educators expressing concern about our movement to Chromebooks and how's that translate for AP classes. And I don't even know, because we really haven't had a work session to talk about any of this. So I wouldn't even know how to put this into an executive expectation, and that's the granular component of it. I will say, everybody, that the longer we have been doing this, and this is now our 3rd meeting on it, while I believe in the value of the operational expectations, which we've converted to executive expectations, and I value all the work we've been putting in this, it came to my mind just a moment ago, for any of us who've done an annual superintendent evaluation, that we take these types of documents to sit down and then evaluate the superintendent. this executive expectation collection is becoming so dense, I don't even know how I could possibly do the annual evaluation on just this document alone. So on the one hand, I'm wrestling with Dr. Reed, the fact that we've talked about giving you global guidance for you then to know what the intent is. And we have the triad of the strategic plan, plus this, plus our portrait of a graduate, and, you know, and add in there the state evaluation system. So I guess what I'd say to my colleagues is, like, this one alone, I mean, wow, it's massive. You know, at this point, I almost think, Dr. Reed, we've developed an instruction manual for you, and you can go read the fine print. But I think we, at this point, need to, I'm not asking to undo everything at this point. I just think we have to move forward, and unless there is something that is absolutely burning, missing, whatever, try to think about how it's more globally captured in what's already up there. So I would just say, since we have Mr. Sethi at the table, do you feel, in support of your leadership as the CIO and part of Dr. Reed's leadership, that we have laid out something that says, look, in the end, we just want to make sure we have effective and efficient technology in support of education?
Yeah, I mean, when we started doing this exercise, we certainly felt this will give us a good, comprehensive sort of boundary roadmap to operate in.
Okay, so in this point, really, we don't need to be adding anything more in than what has been done in the last few meetings.
Okay, Mr. Sethi, do you want to add anything? No?
I'm also happy to kind of pick the conversation and figure out what may be something we can think about adding or working on.
Yeah, no, we're definitely okay to not add anything more.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's see who has, do we have consensus around, at this point, after extensive discussion, leaving the technology executive expectation as was brought to the table today? We didn't make any, we discussed it, but ultimately we did not make any changes. Do we have consensus around not making any changes?
I am so sorry. I apologize. What were you proposing?
I was actually trying to limit the scope of this executive expectation because of my concerns over exactly what you were saying.
Okay. All right.
And as far as I'm concerned, if you're comfortable with it being as broad as it is, Dr. Reed, then I'm fine. I was just trying to narrow it.
I think I'll defer to the chair.
Thank you. Okay, so do we have a consensus on leaving the technology executive expectation as was brought to the table today? Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, great. Okay, no changes to number 12. But a very worthwhile discussion. Okay, 13, safety and security.
Okay, I'm going to highlight some of the changes that happened, and then just as a review, this executive expectation was added during this process from the original 12 OEs. You'll see changes in 3 places. In line number 1, it has the specific inclusion of students and staff. In 1C, around arrival and dismissal procedures, and again, specifically calling out students and staff in addition to visitors. And then in 1G, ensuring that the process is data informed. So those are the revisions since the last conversation.
I had a question. I know we had discussed the piece on like emotional safety. Did we decide not to go that route? I just want to clarify.
Ms. Omesh, can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, I think two of the groups last time, like the idea of bullying, things like that.
Ms. Amesh, I believe some of those concerns are addressed in that learning environment and relationship with students. There's some language around there about how we address harassment and bullying and other unsafe conditions. On EE number 10, which is
Right,
on,
so we decided not to include that in here. Right?
I think some of the language that we added in 1G was getting at our understanding of when we're having incidents that need to be addressed, that piece of data informed so that we can be responsive, to be inclusive of lots of different things of how we're seeing those things play out at schools.
Okay. It's not a gotcha. I just want us to be clear on like where we are conceptualizing things to live or not. So, you know, obviously the emotional safety of students matters. So we're saying it's covered in a different section as opposed to, you know, it's not one of the components of this topic. Okay, thank you.
Okay. We will stick with 13 as it is. So, Ms. Keys-Gamarra?
I don't have a change, but I just want to comment because we were talking about the massiveness of what we're dealing with. But the beauty of, I mean, Dr. Reed is the conduit of a staff of really qualified people. So I don't feel uncomfortable about this because I know this is about her managing all of those people who have been identified to do these various jobs. And so what has happened in the past when we're doing an evaluation is while we have all of these things accessible to us, we generally talk about those things that have arisen and have shown some level of importance. And so while we have a menu, that's not as though we're going over each and every one. So I just wanted to, given Ms. McLaughlin's statements, I wanted to say, we're looking at a system, but we can only look to Dr. Reed with respect to this now $3.4+ billion organization. But I feel comfortable because I know I'm not asking her to go and do it. She is overseeing an appropriate workforce to complete these duties.
Thank you. Dr. Anderson?
Thank you. I do not have any additions to number 13. I just wanted to be sure that I asked a question about what was posted, which is what I had on page 15 of the document, not what was passed out, but the red line version that is posted. So I'd like to ask that question. And until everybody gets there, I do want to say I'm very appreciative of the time we've been able to spend to dig through this. I think it was very transparent. It's very clear to our community where our questions are, where we're going with this. So I think this time was well spent. So Elaine, I will withdraw my email from this morning because I did not expect this to be what we engaged in today, which is why I wanted more time. So you could consider that withdrawn. Having said that, on page 15, I wanted to be sure that we spend a little bit of time here because I know that Ms. McLaughlin very eloquently, and I've been very, very grateful to her very thoughtful and insightful summarization of where this board is. And literally almost everything that I have in my document, I mean, on my sheets here and what I've heard around this table, she was able to capture so beautifully in a very generous way. So I do want to highlight that. But one of the things that she put on the table is this board's readiness for the next few steps and really asking for us to consider whether or not we pause on some things, we move on with some things. While I'm not as concerned with the fact that this board only has, you know, three, four more months, but I am concerned about the time that we have for a lot of other pressing issues. And again, our readiness to marry application and commitment to the theory that I don't think we've had an opportunity to really build, to really understand. And I wanted to raise this in conjunction with page 15, because I think there's some commitments that are embedded here. You do not have it's page 15 of the governance manual that is on the docket, on the board docs for the 14th, for Thursday, for the 14th, that's right. Because some of these, while we talked about really honing in on the executive limitations, the executive expectations, there's some other language here in this document that we're going to vote on Thursday that speak to some other components which we have not made commitments to or have talked about fully. I just want to be sure that there's clarity on what this can imply. So I would just love for people to give their thoughts on this while I give mine as well. Does everybody have this? You look confused.
Yeah.
Yes, the preamble, the one that says the school board, starting with the sentence that said that success requires operational excellence and the superintendent operating this division within the expectations expressed by the board through executive expectation. The superintendent will provide the annual report to the board at each of the executive expectations at regular board meetings. I don't think I have any issues there. I just want to make sure that we have full consensus on the second part, because that is a commitment to a new process.
So take a look through there. That was the process that Justin walked us through for thing this morning. And it's simply the process that we would use to ensure that we are holding Dr. Reed accountable for each of these sets of expectations.
Right. And let me just kind of share my opinion at the onset. The idea of having the reports, I think, is great. Is that? It's this one, if you want to just look at that page. But I think the process that speaks to how that is provided, I have a lot of questions. I'm not saying I disagree or agree at this time, but I have a lot of questions that lead me to not be comfortable on voting on this part on Thursday. Because just to give an example, one of the compliance forms, I forget what it's called, says board members ask clarifying questions. Well, is that all that I'm allowed to do? I think that part hasn't been fully fleshed out, but it's connected to this. And I would not want to get ahead of myself by approving these changes of this, and this is included in it, without having that discussion.
So do you want us to walk through that process again?
I don't believe we have time for that personally. I just want to be cognizant that some of this language is premature. So what I would prefer in the essence of it as being 3:40, and I know we're dying to get to those proclamations, is maybe take a stop at this language at the superintendent will provide an annual report to the board on each of the executive expectations at a regular board meeting, period. Let that be where we end until we come to consensus in terms of what the second part will look like, whenever that is. That would be my recommendation.
So all I would like to put on the table is we were hoping that once we had okayed our executive expectations, that as a board, we would start holding Dr. Reed accountable for these. And that we would hopefully start at our September 28th meeting with moving forward with one of these executive expectations, getting the report, as was explained, 10 days in advance, so that board members would have time to ask any questions about, the report, discuss it with Dr. Reed, and then we would have time in a very public setting at one of our meetings to go over the report, go over questions, and actually vote on whether or not we as a board felt that she had accomplished those expectations.
Two things, if I could share, Ms. Tolan. I think the first report is on secession, which is a very brief section. So I am not sure if we need to have this language in order to accomplish that. And I think no matter what, I mean, the long and short of it is, we hold the superintendent accountable for
No,
everything.
I understand. So this
So-
just says that we would fill out a report, and that monitoring report is basically collected and then used subsequently for the superintendent's evaluation.
And I understand that. The only thing I want to put on the table is, it is in this document that we're voting upon without having the discussion. I don't want us to be
So I think we're
unclear as to
having
what
a
we're signing
discussion
up
right
for.
now. So
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't take, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, would you like to make a comment?
I appreciate that. I think, to your point, we are having the discussion now. I guess I'm confused. I mean, we spent all this time on this document to come up with, I think, what our board really considers, I think you call it the instruction manual, but, what our expectations are. But we're not going to be able to do anything with the expectations if the only next step is that Dr. Reed presents us a report, right? The rest of this process talks about, we're going to get this report, we're going to vote on the report. If she's not in compliance, here's what she needs to do to become in compliance, and present us a corrective action plan, and we'll review it annually and make any revisions as we need to. So I guess if we just stop at her presenting a report, she can present us whatever report she wants, we can make our comments, but there's no accountability. The second part of this, which is, we're going to vote. If you don't meet our expectations, we're now going to expect you to come back to us with a corrective action plan. To me, that's the meat of the accountability for what we just, together as a collective, decided we're going to hold her accountable for. So I guess and this is what we started talking about a year ago on what the policy governance process was. I remember you presented the sample reports from other divisions, I think in June even. And so we sort of talked about it then, of this is how we hold her accountable. It's a real clear process. She presents it, we vote on it, she fixes it if she needs to, and then if it's not in compliance, she brings us back more information. That's how you hold her accountable. So I'm not sure what else we would do or need to discuss on that, but to me, that's the most important part, is how are we holding her accountable? And how is she fixing and not just taking comments, but how is she actually addressing our comments? So so I think, to me, this looks good. I'm happy to have a conversation about it if there's tweaks to be made to it, but I don't know about postponing it, then just postpones the accountability part, which is the whole purpose of this.
So, Dr. Anderson, I was trying to look at that language and identify where specifically your concerns were, because in listening to Ms. Sizemore-Heiser's remarks, and when I read through it, and if I'm looking at the right page, which for me it's 15, and reading that paragraph, to me, I know Dr. Reed is eager for us as a board and for she as the leader to have a framework that says, okay, what are you going to do with this? This is my understanding. This is our collective understanding. This is the public to understand. And so I'm not reading in here anything to give me pause. So if I'm missing something, I welcome hearing that from Dr. Anderson or other colleagues. But otherwise, to me, it's pretty straightforward. And I will give a shout out to whoever drafted this language, because I did miss the prior retreat. The fact that it's saying that she will present us with a corrective action plan at a subsequent meeting if we find the division's not in compliance in a monitoring report, I mean, that's as powerful as it gets. And it's very clear, and very explicit. So I'm glad, Dr. Anderson, that we are having this conversation and that you pointed this out before we go to vote at the meeting. But just so we're clear, this language looks good to me. And as I understand, this would be just visualizing this. This is at the very front before we then launch into each of the global and then the numbered ones, correct? Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, may I?
I did ask for her to tell me.
I had considered this part and parcel of the second part that we did not get a chance to get to. because there were those documents that were all involved with the initial presentation.
Got it. Okay, so
What I
let me-
didn't
yeah.
want us to do
Yeah.
is to have this be part of what we voted on without being informed of what that second
Right.
part is, which we have not yet gotten to. If we want to have a smaller discussion, which I think we're having right now,
Right.
on just that piece, happy to have it.
So-
I just want to go into this eyes wide open and
Yeah.
informed.
Yeah, so let me just tell you where I'm coming from, since I was wrapping that up on my support, and she clarified where her worry is. As I see it, Dr. Reed and our colleagues, that little preamble language we just read, that's what we are committing to as a board. I'm not committing to Carver's book. I'm not committing to anything else that anyone else wants to define as what's outside of that for policy governance practices. I'm just committing to this document with that preamble that I believe provides a quote-unquote policy governance framework for Dr. Reed, and anything beyond that, I fully agree, that needs to be a much broader discussion, and I'm not sure that that's mission critical for this sitting board in the final 3 months.
This document that you're referring to?
I'm talking about our executive expectations and that paragraph that we just talked about that gives the framework of what do I do with, how does this document help Dr. Reed in meeting our executive expectations? Dr. Reed, I will say, do you have a difference of opinion of how I interpret what I think we're telling you in that preamble?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. I would like for us to reframe and stop using the term policy governance and use the term strategic governance, because this really is what we are doing, is strategic governance, and policy governance is tied to a book that many people have a challenge with, as we've seen today with lots of registered trademark signs. Secondly, and so I think we came to that agreement 2 weeks ago. We talked about it this morning, agreed to it again, and so I just want to make sure we do that. Second piece, definitions is an area where we have changed language, and I actually think it's it clarifies that the executive expectations express the expectations of the board, the expectations the board has for how the superintendent shall operate the division to achieve these goals. Executive expectations are reviewed annually through monitoring reports submitted by the superintendent to ensure compliance with these expectations. I actually think that belongs in the preamble, because that's really what we're talking about. The second piece of it is that it's a structure here as to how the monitoring reports will be submitted to the board and the ability of the board to provide feedback. But what's not here, which is why I understand your angst, Dr. Anderson, is all of those charts that we had, that fourth quadrant that was discussed earlier today, briefly albeit, that has things like, a form that is going to be filled out. This board has not agreed to a form yet. I think that form needs to be discussed and identified as to whether that's the appropriate. Similarly, this board has not talked about whether or not the forms are going to be made public, because is it a transparency issue? And whether or not individual responses will be provided to those forms. And so that whole piece, that next piece is important. So I can understand your concerns, and I think the way that you address the concerns for Thursday night is to actually have the motion that says that this is an iterative process, this is focused on the executive expectations, and that the board at a later date will be providing refinements to the forms and everything else. Because as we discussed this morning, and it was agreed to, Thursday night, talking about the succession, this board already talked about the succession and approved the succession in the July organizational arrangements. And so the purpose of Thursday night is for Dr. Reed to be able to provide her explanation to the board and to the community as to how she sees the implementation of these executive expectations. Sense?
Yeah, and thank you, because this is kind of where I was stuck in the very beginning, because there seems to be a presumption that what we were given earlier is something we've approved, and I don't think it is. But I want to say I'm comfortable with the executive expectations, and thank you for the opportunity to talk about that today. It was a little backwards in my opinion, and then we righted the ship and we had really good discussion, so thank you. Where I think we are is very similar to what Ms. Corbett-Sanders said, in that we expect an annual report we expect a report from Dr. Reed regarding these expectations, but I don't think in any way have we approved the documents and the process that is outlined in here. And I had a number of objections that I was going to address when we got to it. We don't have time for that today. And so what I'm willing to vote yes for today is that we're approving the executive expectations and we expect to get that report. I think we're kind of saying the same thing, but I wanted to clarify specifically because we didn't have that discussion. It seems like maybe some people have been more exposed to these discussions with respect to what is expected with this process than some of us, because to me, this was the first time I got a real explanation of how we were going to go through that, and I had some significant concerns. So I do think on Thursday, we can have on our agenda the executive expectations and the expectation of a report from Dr. Reed, which will require board approval, but that we are going to work off the details of that at a later date. That's what I think I'm comfortable with.
Ms. Pekarsky.
Thank you. So I think this whole day has been very painful, but this part in particular is extremely so. I'm comfortable with this. What Megan said, this is so straightforward to me. She is going to prepare a report, give it to us in advance, we'll get to have feedback, we'll accept it or not accept it, and then there's going to be follow-up, something we've never had really, and no way and no teeth to actually follow up on any of our concerns. So, like, I'm unclear. I don't share the concerns. I'm unclear as to why this is creating such an issue here. I think we are way overthinking it. I don't know what we would do differently. I'm trying to understand and be patient with understanding, but I'm having a very difficult time. I would like to go forward. I would like to vote on it. If people don't feel the same way, I think that is opportunity at the table to say so on Thursday.
Thank you. Ms. Marin?
Yeah, I really echo Ms. Pekarsky's sentiment, and I do want to be clear that we are taking the consensus and the votes, because I feel like some statements have been made about, the board feels this and the board feels that, and that's clearly not the case. Look, it says, and I hope that my colleagues are listening who were talking about the trademark of the policy governance. I mean, that's what gives this thing the teeth, is that it is tried and true, and it is the best model. I want the best model for governance because I want the best for our kids. Also, what really worries me is that without any kind of action, this was completely abandoned. At some point on this timeline between 2007 and today, somewhere it stopped, and there's no vote that it happened. So we must vote on something into practice. I also, I'm not going to, copy edit a report. I'm glad to have something in any format, because indeed we don't have that. So I'm just perplexed at the concerns about the format, the timing. This has been as transparent as I've seen anything done in my almost 4 years on the board. So I think we should just go forth with it, hear the reports, and make improvements. I don't want to say this is an iterative process. We're voting on language and we vote it in. And just like anything else on the board, when we want to make a change, we make a vote on it. All of our work is iterative. We don't need to define that as extra. I really do wish that I had had the full attention to respond, because I actually haven't been as vocal during this meeting, although I've been listening. So I do hope that my input is taken. Thank you. And I'm happy to vote on the entirety of the package that the superintendent wants to put forth in this coming meeting and in further meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Amish.
Yeah, I guess, I actually have been pretty, I was proud of how some of our conversation was able to get to a place of exchange and genuine, constructive work. So I guess in being here right now, I have one question of what happens when a board member doesn't necessarily fit with the majority in their concerns, and whether that means we move forward regardless on each executive expectation or not. So that's a question, and then I'll continue, but I don't know if anyone has an answer. What happens in that case?
So it's generally goes on as a performance review action item, so it's a vote. It's either 6-6, 7-5, the majority rules. But each board member, in my experience and in the experience of my colleagues around the country who use this type of governance model, each board member writes their own personal monitoring sheet, and those are public. So your opinion, it's not unlike a dissenting opinion, right? It's right out there, but the majority rules.
Okay, I guess the superintendent presumably would be responsive to that to some degree down the line when the evaluation comes around at the end of the year, right? Yeah. Okay, I guess, Dr. Anderson, I don't know if you have ideas maybe about how to modify this or what you would change in it. I think it makes sense for us to approve them together, not necessarily that other piece which we didn't even discuss, right? I get that people aren't ready for that, but maybe we can spend the next whatever amount of time we have arriving at a place where we can approve this, mostly because I know it's on a timeline to set it up for success so that even when the next board comes on, there's a process with every meeting in place to get us to have the superintendent evaluation by the end of the year. So I'm inclined to want to support this, but I want to get to a place where everyone feels like it's representative of the board. So I don't know, maybe that's a question, if there's something you would change or.
I think there's a misunderstanding to what I was trying to raise. What I was trying to raise, because I was under the impression we're about to close out this part. What I wanted to share is that there's another component to the document that we're voting upon on Thursday that has an implication to some other documents that we did not discuss today. And I wanted to be sure that that was in the room. Because as Ms. Corbett-Sanders said, it does speak to the form. It does speak to some other things. Having the report, as I said earlier, is great. We should have the report. We should have that accountability. We should have that feedback. But it also sneaks into some of those other components that we did not discuss.
Right.
And so I wanted to make sure that we were going into that vote eyes wide open, because we did not discuss page 15, which we're doing right now. So everything is being on the table.
Yeah.
So I just don't want to say that in that vote to support the EEs and the governance manual as presented, that means we are going to approve some of these other components which we did not discuss today.
Right. I mean, I guess the board roles and responsibilities piece will not be voted on Thursday, right?
Correct.
We're being very clear here. So the stuff that we wanted to also discuss today won't be voted on. But perhaps we can just discuss this paragraph right here, unless what I'm hearing is it is necessarily tied to it and has implications to it. That's a different objection. That's your objection. Okay, so let's get an answer.
Let me clarify some
That's good.
things, okay? So from the very beginning, there's a 4-part wheel, right? To strategic governance. Okay, the strategic plan. Executive expectations, right? That's what we've been discussing today. This paragraph looks at how we will hold the superintendent accountable for executive expectations. It is not related to what we were hoping to also discuss today, which is a third piece, which is the board relations and how the board works among itself, this paragraph is not about that, okay? What this paragraph does, and I am completely in agreement with Ms. McLaughlin, this outlines very clearly how we will hold Dr. Reed accountable for actually accomplishing these expectations. So yes, there's a very simple form. We've had it in our package. We mentioned it earlier today under tab 6. There's a form, one that Dr. Reed would fill out to say we're doing, we need to do some wordsmithing on this form. Executive expectation number, pick one, 5. Okay, and this is whatever 5 is. And then she interprets, here's what I need to do for number 5. And these are all of the evidence I am attaching. Right, so then that is given to us, right? And the whole part of planning this out and planning out the entire year is also, we're trying to make sure that the board gets these documents in time to look at them. So I think it says even like with 10 days ahead of the meeting. So the board members can look at it, ask questions, call Dr. Reed, what do you think, why do you have this document, whatever. And then actually at the meeting, we will have an opportunity, Dr. Reed will give a presentation, stop me if I get any of this wrong. We'll give a presentation about this executive expectation and what her documentation is, what she's doing, and we have an opportunity to speak very publicly about, do we think that's enough? Is she meeting it? What's missing? What other questions do we have? And we also each individually fill out a form. Did she do it? Is she in compliance? I mean, these forms are super simple. What's the title? What's the date? Is she in compliance? Did she make progress? Did she not make progress? And you have every board member has the opportunity to just jot down what they think. All right, and then those forms are public. And we will house these forms in the school board office so that when we get to the end of the year and all 13 of the executive limitations have been presented and all 5 of the goal reports have been presented, there's a compendium of information for board members to look at when they are doing the state mandated review for Dr. Reed.
Yeah, no, I appreciate.
So that's just running through it one more time. So what I would say perhaps at this point, if we want to have any further discussion on this process, we can do, I can send out in chair's notes the forms and run through what I just said, summarize what we just said so people are prepared for that piece of it. That is not something we would vote on Thursday. What I hope we will vote on is this process and all of the language that we just
Discussed today.
discussed today.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the clarification. I mean, that was my understanding, in that this is a separate component, which is why I think Dr. Anderson, I don't see a direct implication, so I don't want to be dismissive of any concern raised, because I'm inclining towards being comfortable with where we've landed on the vote. But if anyone continues to have concerns, I'm here. I would like to hear them.
So what I would like to, because this is such important work, okay? I would say we had our other topics. We only have 25 minutes left at this point. We can take a look at those. I will look at those other topics with our clerk and our governance committee and figure out the best way to proceed on those topics. So let's use the remaining minutes that we have to make sure people understand what we have here. Ms. Covert-Sanders, please.
So if we look at the board docs, the recommendation is very clear. It says the school board approved the proposed revisions to the strategic governance manual to replace the operational expectations with executive expectations and update the strategic governance manual accordingly, as detailed in the attachment. If you look at the attachment is what you have here, the big document, 118 pages. Given what I would suggest to resolve the whole problem, making sure everybody knows all we're talking about is the executive expectations. And so just add a sentence to the script, which clearly states that future discussion of the, what's the actual title that we were supposed to discuss earlier today, will be subject to further revisions at a later date. Do something like that so it's very clear that what we're talking about is exactly what we've focused on today, and only that. So it's very limited to that piece. I think that would solve the whole problem, and I think then we all go home and go to our subsequent meetings that each of us have this evening.
So well, Karen, do you have additional things?
No, I can agree with that. I think the crux, without digging into the mud unnecessarily, was that there was stuff in here that actually changed our governance manual, right? And that's not what we're talking about. So I think what some of us are asking for is that clarification, right? And I think you said it. So I think we're in the clear. I think we're moving out of the woods, and I'm just going to be quiet.
Thank you. We are changing the governance manual. This was already in here, or to.
With respect
for
to the
expectations.
For the expectations
Yes.
only, yes.
Ms. Pekarsky, did you have another comment? Oh, sorry. Ms. Amish, are you good? Okay, so let's, I guess let me do this. Let me see if we have consensus to move forward with the red lines for Thursday evening through the governance manual as we have here. Let me see a show of hands if we have.
Can we specify in our, I think we did it, I'm sorry, because there's other changes to the governance manual that I'm not agreeing to, but I'm agreeing to what you said. Okay.
Okay, so I think we've got consensus to move ahead with including all of this red line material. All of the red line material is pertinent to the expectations.
Five and 15, so 5 is.
I think so. 46 through page 46. All right, and we will, we'll send out a review of all of this prior to Thursday. It's only hours away at this point. So the one item that we had hanging out there is Ms. Amish and Ms. Karen Kieskamara, you are working on some language that you will get to Ms. Neal by 10 a.m. for sure, so that will immediately be sent out to board members. I would really like to post this for the public by noon. So if you as a board member have any heartburn or whatever, please, does that work for people? Okay. So we will post everything we just did today. The only thing we still have left is that one item. Yeah. So I would like to thank people for their very thorough and thoughtful review. Once again, Dr. Anderson, do you have a question?
No, I just had a
No. Yes. Okay, so we have that one item outstanding. So please look at that. Board members, please pay attention and look at that first thing in, 10 a.m. tomorrow. Okay? I think we did good work. Was not what we expected, but what did we learn at the leadership thing? Sometimes you have to go slow to go fast. So, I think we're in a very good place with our expectations. And I look forward to, the other thing we will put out in chair's notes are the forms, so people can look at it, and the procedure that we would follow, not this meeting, okay? No, they will not be voted on. We're talking about a procedure for 2 weeks from now, 2 weeks from this week, when we would look at our first expectation and start holding Dr. Reed accountable for all the work that she's doing. So we would like to actually use the forms on the 28th, so let me send them out to everyone tomorrow. They're already in this booklet. There's one in your hand, and then we do need to do some wordsmithing. It still says limitation. We realize that. There's one if we were doing a goal report, and then there's a slightly different one if we are doing an executive expectation. And one Dr. Reed fills out, and the other one we fill out.
So when you're sending these out, what is the expectation that you will have for us to, in engaging with these forms? What are you looking for?
So let me propose this. Let me send it out, explain again the procedure that we just talked through, so everyone understands what would be on these forms. And if you have issues with using these forms or any wording on these forms, we'll have a method for you to get those comments in.
So it's
Please.
these three.
That was the reason I had an objection in the first place, is because I already know I have objections, right?
Okay.
And so I'm kind of wondering, there was stuff on the agenda today we didn't discuss. This was part of it. There's also these BSR ones and all
Right.
these different numbers that are actually changes to our governance manual. That's where I
We will
had,
not be addressing that on Thursday.
I understand, but are we making any assumptions towards these things in 2 weeks? Because that's a discussion that's where that's why I spoke up. It's because I had
Okay,
some
so let me,
concerns about this.
Spoiler alert, okay, some of the things we did not get to today, and our survey on September 26th, as to whether or not we have a work session on September 26th. Okay, which would be 2 days before our next meeting on the 28th, which is when we're hoping to begin this accountability work. On September 26th, 75% of board members want to hear from HRAC and CTAC. So we have scheduled, the time that works for them is from 2 to 4. So we will be hearing those reports on September 26th from 2 to 4. So that work session day is not completely canceled, if you will, or taken off hold. So we could propose looking at these forms, and any questions, conversation around these forms, and exactly what will happen on September 28th on the 26th.
My primary concern in looking at all these documents was the redefinition of our roles as board members for our.
Okay, so-
Right, and
so-
so that's, and when I see something.
We will be in chairs this week looking at re-looking at the schedule to determine when that conversation will take place. Is that answering your question?
I just want to make sure that we're not doing something on whatever date you just said, September 29th, or I forget which one, 26th, okay? That we're not doing something on that day that relies on this being in existence, because I'm objecting to this.
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not. We're still in the expectations quadrant. Okay. Any other last comments? Okay, if you have questions or concerns before Thursday, you know where to find me, Ms. Sizer-Heiser.
I just wanted to make one last comment to thank Marcy and Dustin for all your hard work and responsibility, and responsiveness, I should say, in turning these things around. So I just want to say thank you, and thank you, Ms. Tolan, for shepherding this work. I know it's been a lot to get us here, so I just want to say thanks.
Thank you.
Ms. Cholin, if any board member wants to leave their binder, we'd be happy to collect them as well and hold on to those.
Thank you. Yes, and thank you to staff who sat here through the entire day, listening again in detail to the expectations. We made some progress. And we will, after chairs tomorrow, get back to you more information on how we will be dealing with the topics we didn't get to today.
And Wendy and Laura, thank you for helping us out at the school board office level.
Have a nice evening. I'm sure, like, most of us are off to back to school.